partnering with Future Tense, and Mia Armstrong-Lopez will tell you a little bit more about Future Tense. We've partnered up together to offer you this event. And so thank you, Mia, for all your support and collaboration and making space intersections happen. So over to you for a few words.
Well, I'll just be very brief. My name is Mia, and I'm the managing editor at ASU Media Enterprise, which is sort of a collection of different media projects at ASU. One of those projects is Future Tense, which is a partnership between the university and New America. And what we do at Future Tense is we create content and we host events that help us kind of work through the science and technology questions that are going to define our future together. So we run a short fiction series that help people kind of like imagine and game through future scenarios. We also host events that try and bring people together to exchange different ideas. We cover everything from space, but also climate, AI, digital identity, kind of the whole gamut of science and technology questions that are plaguing us and also making us hopeful. Like Jessica said, tonight we are going to be hosting kind of one of our typical events, which is called a My Favorite Movie Night. The idea behind this event is that we invite someone in the science, technology, policy, or journalism world to choose a movie, and then we screen that movie and we follow it with a short discussion on what sort of the themes in the fictional universe tell us about sort of the real challenges that we're facing today. So tonight we're going to be screening Arrival at Landmark's E Street Theater, which is probably about a 20-minute walk from here, or a short one station hop on the metro. It's going to be at 6:15, and our hosts for that movie night are going to be Shane Harris, who covers national security at the Washington Post, and Catherine Mingu Ward, who is the editor-in-chief at Reason. So it's a free event open to the public. You can bring your friends, bring your family. 6:15. Hope to see some of you all there. And thank you so much, Jessica and Jack, for letting us be part of this symposium. Jack, over to you.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming to this, and I'm looking forward to what should be a really fascinating couple of days. I also want to thank Jessica and the II for inviting me to be part of this for the past year. It's been really fun for me. It's just been a really interesting and enjoyable experience, and I will say the staff at II are the most organized and efficient group of people I have ever run across in 30 years in higher education. So they're really an impressive. It is true. It really is true. Yeah, I'm not just, exaggerating. Of course, the other side of it is higher education, so the bar is very low. Yes. So, all right. So we're going to start. I'll start right in, and just a very brief comment on kind of what motivated my interest in this. I'm an anthropologist, as Jessica said. I've done most of my work in Japan. And one of the things that, if you're an anthropologist, you kind of notice that people think a little differently in other parts of the world. And it has always struck me that when you watch, for example, American space leaders or whatever, engineers, all sorts of people talk about what we're doing going into space, it's as though we're all on the same page. And we're not all on the same page. That's very clear. I was fascinated when I looked at the signing. I'll talk a little bit about this in my talk for the Artemis Accords between Japan and the United States. And when you listen to the different leaders talking, they were not saying the same things at all, even though the American in particular was like, yeah, we're all in this together and, we all agree on everything. And no, that's not the case. So I thought we needed to have an opportunity to get a group of experts together to talk about this and to really think through the differences in the relationship to ideology, whether it's political or religious or other kinds of ideology, that shape the way that we think about what it is to go into space. I think I grew up in the 60s. So I grew up when people thought by now we'd be on Mars. Well, that didn't exactly work out, did it? It's fascinating, having grown up in the Apollo era, watching everyone get so excited, and then Americans just like, okay, been there, done that, we're done. But now we really are at a point where it seems like that that shift is happening, largely, I think, due to commercialization of low Earth orbit. But we are going to go into space in significant numbers, finally, I guess is the way to think about it. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. I have some mixed feelings about it, but it's going to happen. So I think we need to be thinking about these things now before we really start to spread. Because, I mean, I was going to say because we might screw up. No, we will screw up when we go into space, and we'll screw up a lot. But maybe we can mitigate some of that by thinking through some of these kinds of problems. So that's kind of what got me motivated and seeing if we can get some people together and talk about this. Which brings us to the first person who's going to talk about this. We are very fortunate to have Asif Siddiqui here today, who will be giving us our first talk. He's going to be talking about cosmism, atheism, socialism, millenarian cosmologies of the Soviet space program. And Asif is a professor in the history department at Fordham University. And he teaches and he writes on science and technology. He got his PhD in history from Carnegie Mellon University in 2004 and did a postdoc at Harvard. He's done all kinds of really cool stuff. He's had a Guggenheim Fellowship. He's been at Smithsonian, Caltech. It's a long list that we'd just be here for the rest of the day if I really went into all of this stuff. Needless to say, he has done some really fantastic work on this. And so I will turn this over to Asif, and he will bring us this interesting topic. And is that? Yes, I think so. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm going to turn this off.
Okay. That's okay. All right. Hi. I don't know if this works. Anyway, so thank you to Jack for the introduction and for inviting me. Thank you to the Arizona State University Interplanetary Initiative also for organizing this event and for inviting me also. Really excited to be here and to get to learn a lot, from other people, but also share my own work. So as the title suggests, I'm going to be talking about the Soviet space program and particularly about a couple of different, I guess, ideologies, cosmism and atheism. Historians and social scientists have produced a lot of work on these, on, I guess, the ideology of the Soviet space program. And here, ideology, you can get into the weeds with. It's a rather complex and contested notion. But what I'm interested in is the set of beliefs, ideals, principles that structured what we might call the discursive domain, what people were saying, expressing, and talking about in terms of the space program. So two of these ideologies, cosmism and atheism, have been associated with the Soviet space program, particularly cosmism, which some might have argued sort of holds a very special place in the structural sort of understanding of why Russians might be exploring space. My goal here is to sort of dispel a couple of misconceptions about cosmism, but also kind of maybe integrated with ideas about atheism that were also in the air, especially during the Cold War. Cosmism, for those who might not know, was a kind of a mixture of various 19th century Russian philosophical traditions, and they really emanated from many different sources, but they kind of distilled themselves down in the works of Nikolai Fyodorov, who called for the resurrection of the dead through the reconstitution of particles lost in outer space. And it's said that Fyodorov might have influenced Tsiolkovsky, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, who was the sort of founding, I guess, forefather of the Soviet space program, in that he introduced the original mathematical equations for space travel and rocket flight and so forth in the early 20th century. So there's kind of a link between Fyodorov and Tsiolkovsky, and then Tsiolkovsky then inspires the whole Soviet space program. I also want to talk about what the Soviets used to call scientific atheism, because that's largely been forgotten, but that was also very much part of the discourse, especially during the late Cold War. And I want to talk about how all of these things might fit into a kind of overall cosmology of the space program. So first, a few words about cosmism. As I said, most of our understanding of cosmism really has to do with these two figures. The former, as I said, really formulated a set of somewhat coherent philosophical writings that introduced a kind of rationale for space travel. And this was in the late 19th century and early 20th century. In Moscow, Fyodorov was working as a librarian in a library, one of the first public libraries in the Russian Empire. And he was quite a bit older, and Tsiolkovsky was a teenager at the time in Moscow, who apparently studied under him and sort of absorbed some of his messages, and then went back to his own town, Kaluga, and then began writing about space. That's the story that's essentially been told. So I'm going to actually get down into the weeds, into the relationship between the two. So a big portion of the talk is actually, what does that mean? And we should try to understand the relationship between the two in a sort of historical sense. Now, Nikolai Fyodorov, let's see. It's not working. Thank you. Sure. So, Nikolai Fyodorov actually never used the word cosmism or cosmist or any sort of neologism like that. But the text that he left, which was very difficult to follow and often contradictory, draws from many different traditions, Eastern and Western philosophical traditions, theosophy, pan-Slavism, the occult, and so on and so forth. But it's in service of one thing, human migration off the planet. In the late 19th century, he produces a bunch of thinking, I suppose, about the evolution of humanity in the universe and the relationship between the two. And he was, as I said, working at a library, the Chertkovskaya Library, which later became the Lenin Library in Moscow. And he never published anything in his lifetime, but after he passed away, some of his quote-unquote disciples published a book in two iterations called The Philosophy of the Common Task. And a couple of things about this work. Basically, Fyodorov outlined his basic doctrine that the common task of all humanity is to resurrect the dead. And this mission, he claimed, he called for, stemmed from a distinctly theocratic view of the universe in which he saw Christianity as primarily a religion of resurrection. He believed that humanity's moral task was to emulate Christ and make bodily resurrection possible. But mass resurrection, he argued, would finally eliminate the artificial boundaries among what he called the brotherhood of humanity, basically between the living and the dead. So in other words, he believed none of the ills of society could be solved without devising a solution to the inevitability of death. And using all our resources, he argued, including science and technology, Fyodorov believed that somehow we could engage in a quest to reassemble the particles of people who had died, what he called the disintegration of human death. And eventually there would be a kind of progressive reanimation of the deceased millions. So two aspects of Fyodorov's philosophy of the common task concerned outer space. One was he called for subordinating humanity's natural environment, which for him not only included the Earth, but also outer space, the entire universe. And in fact, he noted very clear that nature, this is our enemy. We have to sort of regulate nature, and he had all sorts of ideas about that. But he also believed that humans from Earth would have to travel into space, to the moon, to the planets, to the stars, to recover the disintegrated particles of deceased human beings, which are spread throughout the universe. And once the bodies of the deceased were reconstituted, the resurrected would then settle throughout the universe. So there's a kind of reanimation and resettlement throughout the universe. And so this is his original ideas from 1905-ish, I suppose. During his lifetime, Fyodorov's rather unusual ideas were actually known quite a bit, even though he never really wrote much, as I said, during his lifetime. And in fact, famous people like Tolstoy and Dostoevsky were very familiar with some of his ideas. But his legacy was rather limited, and perhaps it was the esoteric nature of his ideas. There were a few people who were followers of him, the Fyodorovsky, and they published a few things about Fyodorov, but he remained rather a niche figure, unknown to many Russian intellectuals, but not necessarily like in very much depth. By the 1930s, he sort of disappears from the conversation completely. There's a little bit of him in the 1920s in the Russian media, but by the 30s, he's sort of gone. And this coincides with the turn to Stalinist doctrine and more inflexible environment towards anything remotely religious. He sort of makes a comeback weirdly in the 1970s. And there were a few graduate students led by, maybe the next slide, please. Yes, led by a young woman, Svetlana Semyonova, who began publishing, she was a graduate student at the time. She began publishing articles on Fyodorov academic work. And then eventually she put together, the next one, please. An edited volume of Fyodorov's writings, which was published in 1982, which was, there was a lot of errors in it, but it was the first attempt to kind of put together what Fyodorov was talking about. And she also, and her peers as well, ascribed the term Russian cosmism to this whole line of thinking. This was a new phrase that was brought up. Fyodorov had never actually used any of this stuff. Inspired by Semyonova's work and other people, a lot of people, Russian scholars began to look into this type of thinking about migration of humanity off the planet. And they began to connect a lot of disparate Russian intellectuals.
What the Soviets used to call scientific atheism, because that's largely been forgotten. But that was also very much part of the discourse,
Right.
especially during the
oh, sorry. This is why I didn't want to speak here today, because you never know. So thank you. Spooky, yes. Anyway, what these Russian, I guess, intellectuals did in the sort of Soviet era and then in 1980s they started to put together and kind of see a lot of connections between a lot of different people in the late 19th and early 20th century, basically Russian intellectuals like Vernadsky, Solovyov, Chizhevsky. These are people very well known to Russian sort of a philosophical tradition. And they began to connect the dots, seeing that maybe there was more to it, even though Fyodorov wasn't necessarily known, perhaps there's some sort of glue connecting all of these people. The most important part of this whole constellation of characters was Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, because first of all, he was extremely famous because he was the founding sort of grandfather, if you will, of the Soviet space program, but also because he had apparently met Fyodorov and when he was a teenager, as I mentioned. And so there's a kind of sense that perhaps there's something more to that story. And in the 1990s, which I won't necessarily get into, the Russian cosmism has now, since in the last 30 years, blossomed into a very large movement in Russia, which is very heterogeneous and lots of different strands. It has both sort of ultra-nationalist Russo-centric strands, but it also attached itself to a transhumanist kind of movements in Russia and outside of Russia too. And the modern day Russian cosmists see the older sort of turn of the century thinkers as part of a long lineage now of like-minded individuals. And as part of this history, what was rather disparate and atomized historically has been glued together into a more cohesive philosophical tradition. So that's basically a very brief outline of Fyodorov's thinking as we know now. So I want to sort of get into the real weeds of the story really about Tsiolkovsky and Fyodorov. What did they really get from each other? Did they know each other and that sort of stuff? And this is a difficult, if not impossible question to answer, but I'll explain why in a second, why this question is important. It's worth pointing out that Tsiolkovsky never mentioned Fyodorov even once in any of his published writings. Doesn't even mention him. He mentions a lot of other philosophers, including many non-Russian ones, Karl Ruppel, Fechner, Haeckel, Gottfried Leibniz, and many Russian philosophers, Pisarev, Chernyshevsky, et cetera, But Tsiolkovsky does mention Fyodorov in one of his unpublished writings during his life anyway. It was published after he died. It was a little autobiography he wrote, which was published in the late 1930s. And that's the sort of the one place we see it. So a little background here. Tsiolkovsky, as I said, spent time in Moscow in the 1870s. He was a teenager basically, and he had gone there to his father had basically sent him there to get some sort of education, but he spent all his money and was essentially destitute in Moscow. And he frequented this library where Fyodorov worked. And so later in life, Tsiolkovsky is thinking back about his time in this library. And so the version that's published after his death of this biography is, in the Chertkovskaya library, I once met one of the employees. He gave me forbidden works. Then it turned out that he was the famous ascetic Fyodorov, a friend of Tolstoy, an amazing philosopher and a modest man. Fyodorov distributed all his salary to the poor. Now I understand that he wanted to give me his pension, but some sort of stipend, I guess. But in this, he did not succeed. I was too shy. Tsiolkovsky was an extremely shy person throughout his life. So this was the thing that's been published, and it gets repeated quite a bit. So I had the chance to go into the archive and look at his original handwritten writings. And it's a little bit different. It says, in the library, I once noticed one of the employees. He doesn't actually say that he met Fyodorov, although he does say that he gave me forbidden books, which was a common thing that Fyodorov did to many people who came to the library. He would just give away these books. A lot of books were banned by the Tsarist government at that time. So that little sort of sleight of hand is important because in his memoir, Tsiolkovsky, so this suggests that perhaps they didn't know each other. In his memoir, Tsiolkovsky was very clear. He never had any acquaintances in Moscow. He only had casual interactions with people. Part of the problem was he was severely hearing impaired. And Tsiolkovsky, that is, even as a teenager, and he had trouble carrying out even the very sort of most basic conversations with anybody. And it's unlikely there would have been any substantive interaction between the two. And there's other compelling circumstances, circumstantial evidence, which I won't get into. His family, for example, other people talked to his family, said, oh, he never mentioned Fyodorov. And he did say that he apparently read about Fyodorov when he was an older man. And apparently that's been sort of confirmed that he read a magazine article about Fyodorov in the 1910s or so. And that was like, oh, this guy is interesting. I knew this guy back in the 1870s. So that's sort of also some circumstantial evidence. But Tsiolkovsky's writings are also interesting. His original writings on the mathematics of space travel, which are all in all the space history books, they all start with Tsiolkovsky wrote in 1903. He had this equation, the rocket equation, right? Propellant, exhaust, speed, and so forth, specific impulse. He lays it out very clearly, which still sort of which allowed other people to make actual rockets and so forth. All of his work is mathematical. And in 1914, that's the only time he's ever said, what's my inspiration for thinking about space? He said, the first seeds of the idea were cast by the famous fantasy writer Jules Verne, who awakened my mind thoughts in this direction. This is the only time he's ever said what inspired him to think about space. But Tsiolkovsky was also reading a lot of philosophy at this time in the 1910s, and he got really interested in the occult, and he was reading things on theosophy. Particularly, some of you may have heard of Madame Blavatsky, who was a very famous occult theosophy specialist living in the UK, and her books are in his library. And so he began to sort of articulate a coherent, semi-coherent justification for space travel after all his mathematical work on space travel was done. So by the 1920s, he starts to then write on this philosophical foundation of space travel. And he begins to self-publish these little tracts that are like 30, 40 pages long. These two strands of his writing, one is very mathematical about rockets and space stations and satellites. On the other hand, there's all this stuff about the true meaning of life and monism, panpsychism, all sorts of other interesting stuff. Starts to appear simultaneously. And this is just a list of his self-published books that he published in the 1920s, including, like, from the bottom up, the goal of stellar voyages, why we should go to space, basically, the social organization of humanity, how we should organize space travel, and the will of the universe, unknown intelligent forces. And so there's a lot of stuff he just produces later in his life. This is very much after he's done all his mathematical work. And he's drawing, and he's very clear about his sources in much of this, from many, many other sources than Fyodorov, particularly Western sources. There's Carl Duprel, there's Ernst Haeckel, there's Gustav Fechner. These are German, French writers who are also thinking about monism, panpsychism, and the basic sort of nature of matter itself. Because one of Tsiolkovsky's ideas is that every single particle that makes up our bodies and all matter has life. And so if you assemble these particles in different ways, it produces a different form of life. I'm simplifying a very complicated set of arguments, but he's very interested in monism and panpsychism, these two ideas. He's also very much interested in Orthodox Christianity. He's a believer, so he wants to integrate all of this stuff into some way that also explains biblical events. So he starts to write about the migration of humanity off the earth, but he's also getting into other sort of maybe slightly dangerous ideas, at least in terms of the perfection of humankind, because once you start to get off the planet, you start to think about how to perfect humanity, and so forth. And so we migrate humanity off the planet Earth, and he actually talked about overpopulation. He was really obsessed with Malthus and so forth. He also talked about other cosmic threats and geological threats. But once you leave the Earth, he starts to think about, well, who among us will go to space? And he basically argues that the people, what he called lower and defective organisms, have to be left behind. And this was very much in line with the 1910s, 1920s obsession among many intellectuals globally on eugenics. And so he's very much captivated by eugenics. In one of his many writings, this is from 1928 booklet, he says, the battle against the procreation of defective people and animals must be part of this project. And he also writes, I do not desire to live the life of the lowest races, such as the life of a Negro or an Indian. Therefore, the benefit of any atom, even the atom of a Papua, I guess Papua New Guinea, requires the extinction also of the lowest races of humanity, and in an extreme measure, the most imperfect individuals of the races. It's pretty scary stuff. So he sort of slides into a very different area by the 1920s. He doesn't write much more about it. It's not like this is his obsession, but this is a very this is part of his corpus. So what does this all mean in terms of the Tsiolkovsky story? Well, I just want to make sure the time is right. Okay. So what does this all mean? Tsiolkovsky's role in the sort of big pantheon of Soviet space program is secure. There's no debate that his works, particularly the early 20th century, that they very much inspired a generation of young space enthusiasts in the 20s and 30s, who then created rockets and spaceships. We know about the story of Sergei Korolev and Glushko and all these other characters. They're very much inspired by Tsiolkovsky. All of them, to a T, write about Tsiolkovsky as the single most important figure in their worldview when they are actually building rockets and stuff in the 60s. Yet the origins of Tsiolkovsky's own worldviews, I think, are obviously worthy of attention. And it's worth just trying to summarize. It's clear that Tsiolkovsky was inspired to think of space travel, but probably not by Fyodorov, but from other, maybe science fiction sources and other sources. It's probably true that Tsiolkovsky never directly learned anything from Fyodorov, although was clearly familiar with the latter's work later in his life, his published works. Tsiolkovsky wrote his original mathematical treatises on rocket and propulsion and space exploration first, and then later, much later, provided a justification for it, which is, I think, is an interesting sequence, because normally you would expect the reverse, but it's almost as if he was seeking some answer to his original math. And finally, Tsiolkovsky's philosophical works on space travel draw from multiple, including many non-Russian sources, which he's very clear about, but for which I think current day Russian intellectuals are uncomfortable with. They want to create this notion of, I think, Russian cosmism, but it's clearly a much more complicated story, and I could go into detail. And other scholars such as Michael Hagemeister and many others have talked about the incredible sort of panoply of sources Tsiolkovsky draws from, which is really a kind of vast European tradition. So I'm going to switch quickly to another topic, which is atheism, and I'll come back to Tsiolkovsky in a second. I want to spend a few moments on the question of atheism, which is kind of the flip, sort of mirror image of all this quasi-mystical stuff. When the first hero cosmonauts were flying in the early 60s, Soviet commentators repeatedly depicted them as sort of emblematic of a modern, sophisticated Russia. And unlike American astronauts who maybe thanked God for their success, the Soviet cosmonauts were very much asked and invited to say that they didn't, they didn't believe in God. And this is a quote from German Titov, who was the second cosmonaut in space. This is a New York Times article saying that, Titov was asked, had he seen anything divine up in space during his space mission in 1961? And he said, nope, I didn't see any God or angels. Which was a big scandal because he was on a visit to the United States at the time. And so this seemingly confirmed that, sort of godless communists and so forth. I draw some of my work here very much draws from, I should mention, Victoria Smolkin, who has written a fantastic book on atheism in the Soviet context. Atheism, some of you may not know or may know, was one of the core state policies of the Soviet Union. It was sort of its importance waxed and waned over the existence of the Soviet Union. And there were times when they sort of pulled back on it, especially during World War II, when Stalin actually allowed the Orthodox Church to sort of have a big role in public life to raise national morale. But during Nikita Khrushchev, which is the time of the space race, this was when they really clamped down hard on what they called an anti-religious campaign to really squash out religion in Soviet life. This was in the 50s and 60s. And one of the principal instruments of this atheistic campaign was a journal called Znanie, which means knowledge, and it was produced by a society called the All-Union Society for the Dissemination of Political and Scientific Knowledge. And they published two journals. One was called Science and Life, and one was called Science and Religion. Very, very popular journals. One of these, Science and Life, was, it's like a Scientific American almost, like a very slightly popular journal on science, but also has actual scientists writing on a variety of things. Both of these journals had many, many articles on atheism and the importance of being atheist as a scientist. They tried to sort of merge this to like why, they tried to really create this worldview. And it's worth thinking through some of this stuff because, and I found three general patterns in terms of all this stuff. And this is by the way, a book called Technology and Religion. And I have a hard time deconstructing the cover. You might try yourself. There's there's some sort of satellite, and we can get into that. So first, there's a considerable effort to suggest that scientific satellites and probes by the Soviet Union would offer answers to the origins of the universe. And these answers, the writers argue, would finally and definitively dispel any notion that there was any divine providence, right? Because the satellites would discover the inner truths of the universe. And there's a quote here from a writer, I'm going to read out: with the creation of artificial satellites, religious fictions about the firmament of heaven, about paradise and heaven, where God, angels, souls of the righteous allegedly live, are destroyed. Outer space turns out to be exactly as science, not religion, imagines it. That was a quote from 1959. Another pillar of this atheistic writing was rooted in history, suggesting that the successes of the Soviet space program were made possible precisely because religion had basically not allowed to flourish in the Soviet Union, in the USSR, because if it had existed, it would have impeded science and technology. And a lot of the arguments preferred for this particular argument was that, a lot of arguments from the Middle Ages and the Renaissance and so forth being deployed, Galileo and all this stuff. One scientist writing in the journal Science and Life said, because the Vatican had welcomed American astronauts and, said a lot of praising things about space travel. And one writer in the Soviet Union in this journal said, the Vatican forgets or pretends to forget that the church has always opposed the idea of a plurality of inhabited worlds because it undermines the very essence of the religious worldview. Whether it's true or not, debatable. A third body of writing, finally, about atheism and space program emphasized that Soviet successes in space, in fact, confirmed the foundations for Marxist materialist conception of the universe, which is what one would expect them to say. There's a lot of writing, which I won't get into, basically that, Marxist philosophy, which is, materialist, dialectic materialism and all this stuff, which is very baked into Soviet ideology, was also atheistic. And so I think this allows the kind of flourishing of the Soviet space program. It's interesting that they try to then reinsert Tsiolkovsky into all of this atheistic stuff. in this book, actually, the author writes, I'm going to read a quote. The beginning of space exploration was not something accidental, episodic, or some kind of divine inspiration. On the contrary, a man who deeply understood the laws of nature, subjugated its mighty forces, and believed in his own mind, strength, and abilities, sent our rockets into the sky. The main outlines of this process were given by the great Russian scientist K.E. Tsiolkovsky. It sort of takes Tsiolkovsky and inserts him into this other discourse of atheism and scientific atheism and so forth. So that Tsiolkovsky's very rich, contradictory religious worldviews are, stripped off, essentially. And in another article, this is also an interesting article. You can look at the graphic. There's a man with an antenna or something probing the universe. As the sort of antenna probes, it said there is no God, and the next level is there is no angel, there are no angels, and there are no righteous souls, and finally there is no heaven. And this is the direction of their discoveries, right? In this article, Tsiolkovsky is referred to as the Copernicus of modern space travel, implying that, like the theories of Copernicus, Tsiolkovsky's ideas might also be seen as religious heresy. And so forth. This Copernicus is the heliocentric argument, right? Now, sort of trying to, let me just keep track of the time. So I want to sort of wrap up a little bit, maybe. So this sort of world of atheism, Marxism, scientific progress, it matured and calcified into the 1970s and 80s and began to be strangely and paradoxically marked by its own icons, saints, and rituals, this discursive world of atheism. And so you start to follow this writing into the 70s and 80s, you start to see that this kind of construct is itself producing another kind of almost quasi-religious sensibility and practices. And they also produce kind of what we might call their Holy Trinity, which was Tsiolkovsky, of course, Sergei Korolev, and Yuri Gagarin, the first cosmonaut. It's quite amazing to witness the elevation of these three people into this pantheon of almost godlike figures with their own sort of saintly stories, their own points of suffering, their own modes of redemption, and all the sort of markers of you might see in larger than life religious figures. And eventually what's happened by the collapse of the Soviet Union, particularly these three figures, have now been sutured and merged onto the emerging Russian cosmism, which is the thing that's happening in the last 20, 30 years in Russia as figures of their Russian, sort of the pantheon of Russian cosmism. So this is a website of the Gagarin Museum, and it says from Fyodorov and Tsiolkovsky to Korolev and Gagarin, which imagines that Russian cosmism is a straight line from Fyodorov to Tsiolkovsky to Korolev to Gagarin. And I guess my point is that in some sense, it's kind of ironic that the elevation of Korolev, Gagarin, and Tsiolkovsky happened in this kind of scientific atheistic world. But now that the Soviet Union has collapsed, those icons have been repossessed and restructured and reinserted as Russian cosmist figures. Korolev, I think, would probably shudder to be included at that because he was not interested in Russian cosmism as far as I can tell. Gagarin also not. But it's kind of interesting that this has happened. So I'll conclude by saying that these two different ideologies, cosmism and atheism, obviously very different historical antecedents and genealogies and so forth. But there's a kind of interesting story that I think worth telling about the relationship between the two. First, it depends on this link or not between Fyodorov and Tsiolkovsky. I think a link that is somewhat unsubstantiated. They produced very similar ideas, but in different times. And it's likely that Tsiolkovsky, who came later, produced them mostly independently, influenced by many authors, including many non-Russian authors. And his thinking about the rationale for space travel was as much a product of Jules Verne as it was informed by, the occult or Orthodox Christianity and so forth. What we understand as Russian cosmism these days, what I'm, I guess, arguing was never a coherent philosophy until the 1990s and much later when it was made into one. And But I do think, although these ideas probably, influenced no major actor in the Soviet space program of the Cold War, the fact that these ideas existed at all suggests that while the Soviet march into the cosmos was not inspired by mystical or occultish ideas, it was definitely accompanied by them. And that accompaniment, as I said, also included deeply unsavory and unsettling ideas about eugenics and racial purity that require some reckoning, especially as Russian cosmism, makes a comeback nowadays in Russia. At the same time, Soviet atheism was also an important component of the Soviet march to space, especially in the 60s and 70s. Soviet anti-religious campaigns of the time were explicitly about, how the space program was made possible by atheism and so forth. But atheism also created a vacuum in terms of, that was filled by these elevation of these icons, all sort of martyrs, if you will, for the Soviet cause, Yuri Gagarin, Sergei Korolev, and Tsiolkovsky. They became kind of a holy trinity of martyrs for the Soviet atheistic discourse of space travel. And when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, they were essentially moved, these three icons were moved and inserted into the emerging Russian cosmos discourse. And they still remain to this day inheritors of a complex, contested, and contradictory history that weaves together forms of religiosity, state mandates on atheism, socialist materialism, and the power of science, I think, which is running through all of this, or a belief in it, that sort of cult of science, a form of millenarianism that continues to echo to the current day. That's it. Thank you.
So we have, built in time for questions. So,
Good.
your question.
I've got a couple. Asif, thank you for that. That was really interesting. Just briefly, I wondered what the role of God tends to be in cosmism, because that didn't come up a lot, and I was curious about that. And then I also wondered if with the emerging cosmism, there are some interesting consciousness studies going on that argue that objects have consciousness, and I wondered if that was working its way into it, because it reminded me of the particle thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the first question, yeah. Well, I think again, because this philosophy is so difficult to pin down, it's hard to know. You have to really it's a kind of a lazy answer, but it depends really. So but I think all of it emanates from the Orthodox Christian tradition. So there is that God. Fyodorov spoke, they were not atheists, the original Tsiolkovsky and so forth. They're very much believers. Their goal was to integrate God and the basic tenets of what they believe with Orthodox Christianity with this notion of cosmic evolution, because they felt that this body of work wasn't saying anything about what they were interested in. As far as today, that's something that I don't want to necessarily get into, because I'm not a specialist. I don't follow necessarily Russian cosmism today. But which leads to the second question about the animation of inanimate objects and particles. That's rooted in, that, as I said, comes from many different sources in the 19th century. People were already talking about it. But I think it has taken a newer form now. And the transhumanism also has a different, it brings in other conceptions of what it means to be alive, right? Because we have certain, or within our grasp, certain technologies to maybe even think through those things. But 50, 100 years ago, we didn't. And so I think the conversation is very different. But I do know from what little I know, Russian cosmists today who have very large conferences, they have one in September, October every year in Kaluga, Tsiolkovsky's hometown. They are very much conversant in all the, all of this stuff. Yeah. Yes.
I have a question about, I'll say, Tsiolkovsky refers to himself in a couple of points as a panpsychist.
Yes.
So, very interesting talk. Thank you. My impression of contemporary cosmism is that throughout its history and into the post-Soviet, thank you, and into the post-Soviet era, is that it's always been rather separate from the state.
Yes.
That
Yes.
in the Soviet era, the atheism was the official religion, and any sort of cosmism writings were suppressed. And then after in the post-Soviet era, though cosmism arose, it wasn't really adopted by state actors. You know, what we see today in the Russian space program is Orthodox priests blessing rockets and so on. But have you seen any sort of cross-pollination between politicians and state actors and cosmism?
That's a really excellent question, and one of the I've been thinking about for a long time. During the Soviet period, as you correctly pointed out, there's almost no pronouncement or acknowledgement by state authorities of cosmism or these ideas. There's some in the 1920s. There's a little tract by Trotsky of all people, who talks about these Fyodorov's ideas, but almost nothing during the Soviet era. And then it's sort of a marginal philosophy, because Russian philosophy is the tradition is so large and complex that Fyodorov is like assigned a very sort of marginal place. And you pick up an encyclopedia of Russian philosophy that's published, he's like a very small part during the Soviet era. Now he's a very big part. So post-Soviet, it's different. I think I would say that actually I'm seeing some of it seep into official state discourses. I think you're right that for the longest part, you know, there's this Orthodox Christian Church and so forth. There's an apparatus, you know, you see these cosmonauts flying blessed and so forth. But icons, yeah. That's true and that's there, but I'm seeing some of it, and this is an official, it's not in a state museum, but it is a museum where Russian cosmism, Fyodorov is brought into. Now there's a official Fyodorov Prize that is given to somebody who talks about, you know, sort of migration and cosmic migration and so on. I'm seeing a kind of smattering of official engagement with this issue in a way that benefits the state. They want to take the stuff that they like and leave out the stuff that they don't like. They like the Russianness of it, and that's what I think what's being promoted. Exactly.
The only place I've seen it is in certain like very right-wing, very nationalist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's they Russian cosmism. They like the Russian part of the cosmism more than the cosmism part of it.
I'm sorry, I'm Lance Garab.
Thank you. My name is Namrata Goswami, and I'm with Thunderbird School of Global Management, ASU. Really wonderful talk. So when in the interaction you last had, what I got a sense of was that the state would adopt a religious narrative because it was in its own interest to do so. You see this with the Soviet Union, with atheism, and now the adoption of by Putin and the blessings. So it seems like it is a very transactional kind of adoption.
Sure, yes.
But then the deeper philosophical question is, what is the Russian societal engagement with space in terms of the people? How do they view their space program beyond these political narratives that we see?
Right. I think the way to answer that question is among a good portion of Russian intellectuals, there's a lot of interest in Russian cosmism. The writing on Russian cosmism is vast. It's impossible to even make yourself through it. And writing even in the last 10 years or even, you know, and so it is very much something that I think most people who are at all interested in the Russian space program, Russians, would be aware of it. It's not something esoteric or strange. It's very much, you know, one you can track, and you can track through the Wayback Machine, the size of the Wikipedia page on Russian cosmos, the Russian version of it. It's this tiny, and then it's huge now, you know, and so over the period of 15, 20 years, I think, I think it's very much in conversation at very mainstream Russian conferences. There's lots and lots of panels on Russian cosmism, and, you know, lots of different aspects of it. They don't even mention Fyodorov or Tsiolkovsky. It's just more of it's used as a large apparatus to discuss very loosely Russia's destiny in outer space. That's what I would say. And so there's all different threads of it. There's something that we, some stuff that we might even find interesting, and some other stuff that's unsavory. It's all a very large umbrella now. So that's why it's so difficult to make sense of it. And my goal was historically grounded, where it comes from, but now it's very unwieldy. And I think an anthropologist would be the correct person to really to try to make sense of it.
Hey, Arthur Demrich at ASU as well. Agree, this was fascinating. Taking you back to the history, I'm curious to what degree, in Fedorov's work and Tsiolkovsky's work and in the uptake, there's any tension between space as being resource rich versus being resource poor. It strikes me this notion that, space is where all the particulate matter of past humans has gone, and we need to go and reassemble it. That's a kind of resource rich. But then when it comes to, okay, we're going to space and we're going to disprove the existence of, angels or gods. So now it's empty, right? There's nothing there, folks. It's empty. So, and I mean, the Russian concept of this, I'd be curious about, because of course we know the US side of it, which is, right, you're going there with this vision of, okay, we're going to go to other planets, but then it turns out the vast majority of it's extremely resource poor. It's extremely costly. Like the whole thing doesn't quite pan out. Now we're going to mine asteroids, right? We're missing something on Earth. We can get it there.
Yeah.
So yeah, just that back and forth tension.
Yeah, definitely in the US context, you see that tension. I think it depends on who you talk to in the space community, whether they think it's resource rich or resource poor, really. So I'm sure even in this room, there are disagreements about that question. But I would say that generally, I think, Tsiolkovsky's writings, Fyodorov less so, but Tsiolkovsky wrote quite a bit about asteroids and what might be there. And, he considered the universe a resource-rich place. This was the thing that we needed to go. And he even had quite an amazing, I forget how many steps, maybe 20-step path to human conquest of the universe, in which some of the steps are clearly like resource extraction, different planets and even stars and so forth. So yeah, a part of, as I said, part of his thinking was also Malthusian. We will exhaust the resources here on Earth, partly because of population pressures, and so we must leave. That's one of his core sort of precepts, and he does talk about Malthus quite a lot. I think today's Russian space program, again, I'm not necessarily an expert, I don't follow it that much these days, but I would say that there's definitely echoes of what we see in the US in terms of asteroids and so forth. They've been talking about this kind of stuff for a long time. At least, in terms of aspiration, what they really will do, hard to know.
I think that will bring us to the end of the first talk. Thank you.
I was simply.
Yeah, it's weird. I have so many questions for you.
The wrong Zoom. Yeah, this is another Zoom.
Oh, that's so weird.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I can't hear
Testing
any.
1, 2, 3.
Hello, can you hear me well? I just wonder if you can hear me, if I could get any sign, if I could start talking.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I can hear you. So I guess,
Nelly.
So maybe that was her with the audio since she was presenting
That
that.
could be, so we should be able to hear them. We're gonna do like a talk to them real fast.
Yeah.
Ask them just-
Well, let me see 1 second. Can you say you can hear me one more time?
can you hear me?
Yeah, but we can't hear you in the room. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to say something again, if you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear you in the room. 1 second here.
Not in the room. I'm not sure, do I expect me to do something about this because I'm not sure.
No, I'm gonna fix it, but I just need you to hold on for a second.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks.
Not my regular.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. I have to restart something really quickly. We can take a 5-minute break for 1 moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
So we were in Notre Dame together.
Oh, okay.
And I'm also kind of, our families are connected to your dad, Dina, and so Mohammed Rahman, IDA, so.
Oh, okay.
So,
You have a card or?
yeah. I'm in this building, so I have to go to a meeting.
No, of
So-
course that.
So if you're, I was going to say, if you're going to be here. I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't recognize.
No, nothing to break it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
But, this, I.
1, 2, 3.
It's okay.
I'll, if you're here, are you here?
Yes, I am.
So I'll probably try to grab your lunch.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm on the first floor, but
All right.
it was a great joy, right?
Right. Thank you, Joy, yes.
I got into the program saying, yeah, it's just to say, can you just see this?
In a little bit.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
Not in the room yet. I'm gonna restart one last thing.
Public? Yeah, but I'm talking about private in the sense of your citizenry, their professions, and then just regular everyday human realities in existence. So like there's such a in America. And this city in particular is such a glaring example of how separate it is, you know?
Down next to without introducing myself. I'm Tina Bible.
By definition. Public. Federal or whatever, but. Yeah, it's an odd place.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, the
1, 2,
program.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Exhibit on DC statehood,
Okay.
you know? But it's interesting. Oh, yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
DC, CW.
Science.
They were coming out with all these
Living on China's name.
just new ideas of like how this place. So it's interesting how they're different. Whatever the statehood exhibit is, it's very different from.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, all of the researchers into the GWs
Right, right.
or Library of Congress archives of this place. So, oh,
Do you live in DC proper or outside?
yeah, I'm in Chinatown area. It's, no, it's I don't know, it's a city that they haven't figured it out.
No.
You know?
All right, I think we'll have everyone come back.
Can you really?
I know
Yeah,
they're.
I don't know, that's a big question. I would guess it for their life. I'm guessing.
So And then as a New Yorker, like for me, like recently that I even noticed that.
All right, we're gonna get started again.
Intergovernmental.
Sorry for the
financial
delay there, but we're having standard obligatory technical difficulties. So,
You know,
so our next speaker is Nellie Beckus, and Dr. Beckas's research interests are focused on Soviet and post-Soviet studies of nationalism, memory and identity, and international history of heritage protection. And it still isn't working. Yeah, but I can hear somebody else too. So it's a recording. It's a recording. Weird hearing this.
Well, it went out into space and they're in the process of incorporating it.
Because I can hardly hear what's going on because there's a lot of voices coming to my side.
I know, it's a problem.
Okay.
Working on it. Okay.
Do you want me to start to
No,
try
hold
stuff?
on a minute, they're still having problems with this. There's a recording going through. Sorry about that.
Okay.
How much you want to bet she doesn't come through now? Nellie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, good, all right, excellent, okay. So my discussion of Nellie's outstanding background got messed up, but she's published all kinds of cool stuff, including a monograph called Struggle Over Identity, the official and alternative, I can't say it, Belarusianness. She's co-authored a book called Orthodoxy versus Post-Communism, Belarus, Serbia, Ukraine, and the Ruski Mir, and has just done some really interesting work and published in a variety of journals. So today she's going to talk to us about post-colonial endeavor in outer space, cosmic projections of national ideologies. So I will turn it over to Nellie.
Okay, thank you very much. And also I would like to thank organizers for inviting me to present my research for you. I hope you can hear me well and you can see my screen. So hopefully we can proceed. Also, one thing I would like to mention that the paper I present is the product of collaborative work I do in the project on the cosmos in the Kazakhstani cultural landscape, which is a grant which was supported by the Science Committee of the Ministry of Culture and Higher Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So a lot of things I'm going to talk about is the result of my many colleagues in Kazakhstan also do. So it's just I want to give them credit for what they are doing there. And yeah, okay, now let me try to see how I can move on. So in this presentation on cosmic projections of national ideology, I want to talk specifically about the Kazakhstani case in Central Asia. But many questions I want to address here are obviously, in my view, are quite similar to many other semi-peripheral nations in Global South and also in post-Soviet countries when it comes to their encounter and their thinking about the engagement with outer space. So in my case, in Kazakhstan, what I want to discuss is one question is how state elites, political elites, but also experts in this country shape the debate about the development of national space sector, how they blend all the ideas about the development of the nationhood with the cosmic projection, with space exploration projects, and with development of various types of space programs, and how this blending of national ideology with space kind of underpins the whole process of their state building. Second, I want to also address the scripts of resistance which exist in Kazakhstan that critique the official technopolitics of space, and also what kind of ideas they circulate, what kind of national ideologies they also promote, in this case, kind of trying to oppose to the development of space technopolitics. It's obviously it is quite different mode of national ideology. And finally, I'll finish my presentation with some examples of how cultural discourses of national ideology blend and interact with cosmic imagery, how they kind of recreate the dynamic dialogue between local histories and encounters with outer space, which in Kazakhstan is quite special because of the location of Cosmodrome Baikonur in Kazakhstan, with global narratives of futurism, cosmism, etc. So as I assume you all know, Kazakhstan inherited one of the most powerful artifacts of the Soviet space program is Cosmodrome Baikonur, which is currently led to the Russian Space Agency. So the existence of Baikonur on the territory of the country became one of their reasons, initially at least, reasons for national elites to become interested in ambitious programs, space projects that could kind of develop new space capabilities for the country, build new infrastructure. And eventually they also envisioned that they would gain control of Baikonur in the future. And in this context, in a way, Kazakhstan was not very special because many aspiring spacefaring countries in global south also have very similar motives to develop space capabilities, because it is all about the desire to escape their underdeveloped status. It's about the reinvention of their national identity, reasserting their status in the global kind of modernity map. So all these are quite similar in Kazakhstan. So, and after the Baikonur was transferred to Kazakhstan, what happened that the country had established the National Space Agency, which was renamed multiple times later, and started to develop institutional infrastructure. It actually, the first Kazakhstani cosmonaut also went on space mission in 1991. So basically 1991 was really important year. This was a year when the Baikonur was transferred to Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan became independent, and first Kazakhstani cosmonaut went to space. So this kind of indicates that there was a lot of going on around this date. But it was this is just a map for you just to imagine how geographically on the map of Kazakhstan, where Cosmodrome Baikonur and area surrounded is located. And you can also see that it is quite big actually area given to Russian Space Agency Roscosmos currently. So what is also important is since its establishment, Baikonur or Cosmodrome Baikonur in 1956, it operated basically as an enclave with no connection to the local communities or even local government of Republic Kazakhstan. So it was directly communicated only with Moscow. So Kazakhstan had no access, or Kazakhstani people as well, they had no access whatsoever to what was going on in the city or in Baikonur, which was named at that time Leninsk. It is currently Baikonur. So already by the late 80s and around 1991, the Kazakhstani Republican government started to kind of develop different programs trying to integrate and build connections and bridges with various space projects to try to integrate this space infrastructure into the different sectors of national economy. It was happening even before 1991. And obviously, once the ownership was transferred in 1991, it became very clear that Kazakhstan really has to deal with this huge infrastructural kind of project in a serious way. the very idea of transfer kind of was also interpreted in this kind of symbolic way by the Kazakhstani government. This is in citation, for example, the extract from the Nazarbayev's book, in which he actually talks about this interconnectedness between the national statehood and independence, and the fact that the Baikonur also becomes a property of the republic. So it happens also at the same time. What is also interesting that the first Kazakh cosmonaut was sent into space, and he was the last Soviet cosmonaut and the first Kazakhstani cosmonaut who was in space when the republic was declared independent. So all this blends into kind of interesting national mythology about the interconnectedness between the national sovereignty and acquiring this access to space infrastructure. However, in 1994, the operation of Cosmodrome was officially transferred. The responsibility for operation of Cosmodrome was transferred to a Russian Space Agency. Why was the very idea of just being acquired by Kazakhstan and then immediately transferred? The very idea had multiple kind of lines of interpretation and justification, if you want. On the one hand, Nazarbayev, who was also known as one of those who started to develop the whole idea of Eurasian Union on the post-Soviet space, he clearly in the 90s had this imagination of how to reinvent the alternative ideology for keeping various post-Soviet countries together. So for him, it was also Cosmodrome Baikonur, he often referred to it as a child of all Soviet nations, implying that this multiple republics somehow contributed and different Soviet ethnic groups, if you want, contributed to the development of the Soviet space. It was also about the preservation of global heritage of the space, human space mission, also implying kind of this was not just about the Soviet legacy, but it was also the kind of the broader global history of space. But also this, the interpretation of Cosmodrome transfer to Russia, lease agreement, was very much criticized as a step made under the coercion of circumstances, economic, geopolitical, clearly because the Kazakhstan at that time had no resources to maintain Cosmodrome and do anything about this. But at the same time, the way how this Cosmodrome was expected to operate was also the suspension kind of the sovereign status of the Republic of Kazakhstan on the territory of Baikonur, instigated this critique that this is a country's the manifestation of country's sporadic sovereignty, which can be easily suspended if needed, at least in part. However, one of the kind of more positive approaches and the interpretation of this was also the idea that this Cosmodrome, the inheritance of Cosmodrome can be utilized as legacy, as a crucial part of this national modernization narrative after the country became independent. So, and this is actually what started to happen after, in spite of having almost no access to Cosmodrome Baikonur, it did acquire real crucial kind of moment and meaning in the way how Kazakhstan developed its own space programs, space projects, and infrastructure. So once the Cosmodrome was declared the space, the property of Kazakhstan. So the national space program was adopted, the first one, in 1991, almost immediately. And there were several such programs later. Each of them was kind of crucial document which was defined as the priorities, how to develop space sector of the economy, what kind of institutions, research facilities, infrastructure, etc., etc. So there were multiple steps and decisions made in order to implement all these very ambitious projects, which were meant to transform Kazakhstan into sort of space power. So in a way, it can be seen that Cosmodrome became an opportunity to capitalize on the legacy infrastructure in the nation state building. Here is a kind of, I do not expect you to engage properly as we don't have enough time, but this is the slide which show the multiple experiments with institutional programs, projects, different governmental bodies which were created in order to implement the decisions made by government in order to develop space sector. For example, once it became clear that on the global space arena, these are private space companies which take kind of priority. So Kazakhstan started to create various state companies which would operate as a quasi-market kind of actors and players on the global scene, such as Garish Sapari and many other. So yeah, I guess I'll move on. So at the same time, around 2010, before and after around this time, the dependence on Russia in everything what Kazakhstan developed became perceived as an impediment. And this is when the new partnerships and development collaborative projects were developed with different space actors, both state agencies, but also with private space companies around the world. At the same time, Kazakhstan at this point acquired enough kind of strength and resources to start new dialogue with Russia, and claiming that they want very clear perspective what's going to happen to Baikonur, to kind of and also to protect rights of Kazakh citizens, Kazakhstani citizens living in and working in Baikonur, which previously was quite a big problem. Because and in itself, the whole agreement on lease was unprecedented, because it was not just about the space infrastructure, it was also about the city, it was about the schools, governments, banks, etc., government, local authorities, and this had to be addressed by then. Kazakhstan felt like that they have enough authority to renegotiate the conditions of this lease. Just to demonstrate how actually the development of space programs and space capacities and the direction in which this development of space infrastructure was taken, it was very much the development in Kazakhstan reflected to a large extent what was happening around the globe. So, for example, if in 2002, the major purpose of the first Kazakhstani satellite, Kazakhstan-1, was about the operation of seismic monitoring, forecasting. This was seen like the best way to kind of to present the practicality and the importance of satellite imagery and all this infrastructure. However, very soon it became clear that the major market and the major interest for satellites would be about the satellite telecommunication. And this is when Kazakhstani space program also was redirected. Later on in 2014, already this became rather remote sensing of the Earth with high resolution, and these were next satellites developed. So all this was about the kind of to create a new infrastructure which would be in line with the global development and trying to kind of to catch up with the cutting edge development of space. So among the space programs articulated by the government very often talk about this, the idea of becoming a full-fledged space power, which has a space industry. That means they needs the economy in size is expanding in Kazakhstani niche in the world market of space services. But it also talks a lot about indigenization of space science, emphasizing the importance of local production, local expertise, creating schools for engineers and other space experts, which so they kind of try to protect and use this space industries for education of new generation of indigenous kind of scientists, which is not dissimilar to what was happening, for example, in India, in many other countries. So in a way, it was all about the kind of the consolidating the sovereignties for the science and technology, but also developing new space internationalism, as they call, because they really tried to go beyond Russia and to put an emphasis on the connections and the collaboration with other space powers beyond Russia. What is also interesting that at some point, because obviously all cosmic endeavors in this and development of all this infrastructure is very costly, and it became very clear that society needs to give some sort of approval, otherwise it won't have any support. And in this case, it is quite interesting to see how, for example, Kazakhstani media develop and promote these visions, like how important the infrastructure, the space infrastructure, for example, satellites are important, why it is important to invest into this infrastructure, because, and there are several lines of that, such very clear message. For example, it is about the observing important structures such as dams and responding different climate emergencies. But it's also about the fighting corruption, for example, and in illegal land use, which is a huge problem in Kazakhstan, because it has a quite big territory and which is not very densely populated, and illegal land use is quite a problem. It's also tackling the issues of illegal landfills, or, for example, the development of precision farming as in also a way to transform the image of agriculture as quite a supposedly backward part of the economy into something very technologically driven. And all this was about the practicalities, the kind of pragmatic use, but also the space, and in this engagement with space has really, really important symbolic dimension. I already mentioned this, one of the first cosmonauts from Kazakhstan who went on mission in 1991, but later on two other Kazakh cosmonauts went to space on various missions. And again, this also their preparation in itself was seen as an important possibility or opportunity for research institutions, for example, which prepared the programs, what our cosmonauts were doing on flights. So this was all viewed as an opportunity to develop the Kazakhstani science and technology. However, the symbolic dimension was really also clearly a priority here. For example, Musabayev, the second Kazakhstani cosmonaut, carried on a space mission flag, constitution of Kazakhstan, capsule with the soil from Kazakhstan. For example, during one of his missions, he took part in one of the international music festivals, Voice of Asia, where he performed a song by the Kazakh poet Abay, or, for example, participated in the inaugural ceremony of the new capital of Kazakhstan, Astana, in June 1998, which happened exactly at that time. So all these performative rituals obviously manifested clearly the importance of entanglement between outer space technology with narratives of national identity, national statehood, which in a way kind of echoed this whole post-colonial desire to combine science, modernity, and indigeneity. So blending tradition with modernity becomes very important part of this promoting national ideology. Obviously here, this image you see on this slide is a Kazakhstani postage stamp with 3 cosmonauts produced in 2018. Another example for chevrons for Kazakhstani cosmonauts, which were also interestingly designed by the same artist who designed the national emblem in 1991. It just kind of emphasizes the symbolic importance for the government. And we can clearly see that there are various elements of national mythology, this horse rider and this cosmic imagery, because it's all about the blending this science, modernity, and national tradition. interesting example here as placing the first Kazakh cosmonaut here. It's an exposition from the National Museum showing how the first Kazakh cosmonaut is next to the first human in space, and kind of emphasizes the whole idea of the Kazakhstan's catching up with in its race for modernity, because obviously the legacy attitude towards the space inherited by Kazakhstan from the Soviet Union now has been kind of replayed in a slightly different context of the national sovereignty. Also, I want to now mention a slightly different perspective is what local people, for example, those living in the proximity of Cosmodrome, or those who have quite different type of encounter with Cosmodrome. For example, city Jeskasgan and several other cities where cosmonauts usually travel before they get to Baikonur. How these people develop their own kind of understanding and perception and attitude towards space encounter. So here is an example of, sorry, I just need to move it here. There is an example of city of Jeskasgan, which developed its local kind of identity of being a cosmic harbor, because this is where very many cosmonauts are traveling. Where they arrive before they go to Baikonur here. They all very often they meet with local communities. They bring gifts. They live into schools. They visit schools, etc., etc. So what we see here, there is this reiteration of outer space references and monuments, street names, memorial museums. And for this particular localities, and Jeskasgan is only one of them, they have this very particular type of liminality, transition of cosmonauts from Earth to space, and the other way around. Sorry, I just need to check if I have. No, it wasn't. I thought might be some sort of message coming for me. And now I move to a different type of encounter with space as a script of resistance, which I mentioned at the very beginning. So the idea of Baikonur as a sacrifice zone, or at least this is how I try to interpret it, highlights this idea, the whole the kind of the resistance and the opposition to what is perceived as a space technopolitics in Kazakhstan. They problematize, on the one hand, the very existence of Cosmodrome on the Kazakhstani land, because obviously the Cosmodrome was built without asking the local residents, but also the current operation of outer space infrastructure in the country, which also gives justification for Russia's presence in the country and continuing relationship, which are clearly relationships which are not kind of equal, and power hierarchies encrypted in this whole lease agreement. So, and there are several, at least several, worth mentioning here, kind of groups and actors who operate in Kazakhstan and who try to resist and to oppose to existing kind of a setup of relationship around Cosmodrome Baikonur. So among them is a Karaganda Ecological Museum, Baikonur for Civil Rights, a group established in 2009, which mostly talks about tries to protect the rights of Kazakhstani citizens and Kazakh living in Baikonur, who operate kind of under dual governance which exists currently in the city. But also one of the most active group and kind of also pronounced in its public manifestation and public actions expressing their resistance to outer space technopolitics of Kazakhstani state, but also Cosmodrome Baikonur and Russian presence is Anti-Heptil group. which I mentioned also, and also Baikonur Eco Monitoring Group. So if we are talking about anti-HIPTIL group, I'm not sure, sorry. So I don't think I have time for this, so I'll just move. So what this group tries to achieve, first of all, they do deploy a lot of public protest as a mode of operation, and they do protest mostly about the harmful, well, they make a case rather about the harmful impact of rocket launches on the natural environment, on residents in the regions which are affected. And in this way, they kind of try to build the argument to and articulate the wider environmental and political ideas about the existence of Cosmodrome Baikonur and about the presence of Russian Federation. Very often, in fact, they equate and they put this connection between the protection of the environment with the fight for the national sovereignty of Kazakhstan, which they believe does not still exist. And Baikonur becomes for them is a very clear example. And I can just, I already, I think, showed this, one of the slides here. You see that today's anti-HIPTIL, tomorrow Maidan, is a clear, as this was a protest in 2014 after Russia's annexation of Crimea, which was clearly put in a linkage between the struggle against the kind of neo-imperialism of Russian presence in the post-Soviet republics or countries, and in this case, the usage of Baikonur by Russia. But at the same time, they do protest against their own governmental regime, because they do believe that the current Kazakhstani government, or at least Kazakhstani government back in 2018 or 2014, was acting not in the interest of its own citizens, but in the interest of foreign state. And now I move to the final. So we have this narrative of resistance outer space, which promotes kind of the idea that we need to get rid of everything what has left after the Soviet space development in Kazakhstan in order to kind of to start our proper sovereign national development. And they combine this environmental argument with the argument of resistance to the neo-imperial presence of Russia in Kazakhstan. And now I want to, my final point, which as I promised, I want to discuss a little bit the whole idea of the cultural and cultural discourses of national identity, and how space, the very presence of space, the importance of kind of dealing with the legacy of Cosmodrome has been reassessed, reflected, and dealt with in by contemporary cultural actors and, for example, contemporary artists. It's quite not surprising, at least for me, who has been following the various types of developments and interactions with the theme of cosmos, outer space, starting from technopolitics, resistance, but also the museums and cultural discourses. And for example, this year, the Kazakhstani pavilion at the Venice Biennale, as you probably know, is one of the biggest events in the contemporary art in Europe and globally. So the Kazakhstani pavilion's major theme this year is the cosmos. They do talk about the various kind of engagements and interactions with cosmos. And it was quite interesting as well. And I would say in this respect, Kazakhstan is quite special and different, that they decided not only to talk about to include the works on very contemporary present day artists, but also, for example, one of the works comes from 1978 by Kamil Mulashev, who was quite famous for his painting Kazakhstani land, space, and time. which portrays the kind of the steppe, the natural Kazakhstani landscape with this cosmic, with cosmonaut, for example, and parachute and other kind of symbolic artifacts of cosmic travel. So what is interesting also, so they did include in this pavilion exposition various artist projects starting from 70s, 90s. One of them, for example, is a yurt, which is, it's also video installation, which shows how this yurt, which is a sort of traditional Kazakh dwelling. This red object, as you see on the slide. And inside there is a video installation which shows how the yurt is transformed into a space rocket and travels into space. So it is very much about the kind of reiterating this idea of encountering space in various and blending it with various aspects of Kazakhstani tradition. Here also you can see one of the photographs from the series Space Nomads. Kazakhstani people were nomadic people before they were forced to settle by the Soviet policies in the 30s. So the series of these photographs is actually combines some archival photographs of Kazakh people in the 19th century with moonscape, with various kind of cosmic objects and landscapes. What is interesting also, the text which accompanies this particular exposition, it very clearly talks about the importance, as they see it, the importance of developing this discourse of, which combines decolonial futurism, utopia, and cosmism to reinvent, to reassert the importance and the existence of all this cosmic engagement in cosmic interactions in the Kazakhstani cultural discourse and tradition. And here is just my last slide showing that the Kazakhstani pavilion at Venice Biennale was not just something that happened this year, because there's a whole very lengthy tradition starting from 70s, 90s, which tries to rethink this what space actually means for Kazakhstani people, for Kazakhstani society, for culture, for cultural tradition. And in a way, we can see how these artistic representations, they kind of recreate the dialogue between the contemporary condition, the legacy of the Soviet space, which was very much experienced as local endeavor for Kazakhstani people, and also this whole global narrative of cosmos, or outer space in human history. And I think I'll stop here and I'll finish.
Hi, I'm Dina Weibel from Grand Valley State University in Michigan. I enjoyed your presentation. I was curious, you mentioned the annexation of Crimea, and I understand that Baikonur is sort of an outpost, but is there a fear that that connection is going to lead to further recolonization by the Russian government? Or is this seen as something that's more of a stalemate that's going to keep things sort of the way they are?
Well, it's a big question. Obviously, it's not just first of all, obviously the very existence of Cosmodrome Baikonur means that the Russian presence is already there. It has always been there since the 90s. It doesn't look, however, that it's going to develop, because on the insistence of Kazakhstani government, the military presence of Russia has been diminished, So the whole Baikonur was transformed into a civilian infrastructure, and they do not have status of military object anymore. So they are object of civilian infrastructure operated by Roscosmos. But there is a fear, obviously, the question goes quite far beyond Cosmodrome, because it's also about the geography of Kazakhstan, because the northern regions, provinces of Kazakhstani Republic have very much mixed population. And also the border was kind of moved several times in shifts. And for example, the very move of capital city from Almaty in the south to the north to Astana was interpreted by many as a desire to kind of to reassert the Kazakhstan of the north of Kazakhstan, because it was populated by non-Kazakh people, which means Russian, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and many people, or Germans, for example, who were transferred there. And Kazakhstan was one of those republics which had less than 50% of native population at the age of independence, but it changed now. The demographic processes ensured that now Kazakhstan people are majority. So yeah, I guess there's no simple answer. I have no idea what politicians think, but however, publicly there is no direct kind of engagement into these conversations, because they do try to maintain sort of neutrality if it's possible, yeah, not to endanger themselves into something which might end up in crisis like in Ukraine.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a question. I noticed that the Quran was taken up on a mission, but you didn't speak too much about the influence of Islamic ideologies in the space program. Could you say maybe some words on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, for example, in Baikonur, which is already operated by both Russian and Kazakhstani authorities, unlike it was in the 90s. So after the Orthodox Church was built there, there is also a mosque, which was mosque was also built there, kind of for the community of Kazakh people residing in Baikonur, in the city, right? I guess I would say that the kind of the Muslim identity or Islamic identity of Kazakh people is still something which is kind of negotiated because Kazakhstan officially is a secular state, and also multinational, because there are multiple ethnic groups who are not Muslim live there. I don't think there is a lot of interaction, but there is clear idea of symbolic engagement as a form of reasserting non-Sovietness, if you want, of the Kazakhstani space imagery, because obviously, as was mentioned by the first speaker, by Azif, that Soviet space was very much atheistic, reiterating this whole idea that it's about science versus religion. And this tension does not exist anymore in Kazakhstan. However, it doesn't really have a pronounced kind of merging, because Kazakhstani society is still on this kind of rise of gradual embracement of its traditional root. And I would say it's quite similar to what happens in many other post-Soviet countries, where religion very often is about the civilizational, if you want, identity. It's about culture, it's about something else rather than just faith, right? And I would say it's very similar in Kazakhstan as well. However, it's also changing. It's a process which is going somewhere in some direction. It's not, I wouldn't say that it's now something else and this is how it's going to stay, because it is very much about the state policies as well.
Any other questions? Oh.
Hi, I'm Ben Van Overmeyer. I teach at Duke University in China. I was wondering about literary production in relationship to Baikonur and both proponents and opponents of the sites, and also about nationalists' imagination of a future for Kazakhstan in outer space. So is there any science fiction production related to this that you know of? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I don't think so. I'm afraid I don't know anything. I just realized that however active the visual artists are in Kazakhstan, I don't think I know much. Well, probably this is something for me to look at. Thanks for giving me this idea, but I didn't come across any literary work which would clearly, obviously many artists nowadays work in this very complex, quite performative, sometimes they do combine, and some of the artists I worked with, they do produce some text for as a kind of an interpretation, but these are still mostly predominantly visual artists, contemporary artists. So yeah, I'm afraid I don't have this vision. I came across some essays, for example, which are non-fiction type of publications. Around 2010, I think there was a publication by one intellectual who created sort of vision for Baikonur, which could be reinvented as a global space harbor or hub, which would have, as far as I remember, they wanted to have kind of 4 different segments, and one of them would be for Russia, another one would be for Western countries, another one would be for Middle East countries. So it was the whole idea of reinventing the Cosmodrome Baikonur in a very different mode, as obviously getting not fully getting rid of Russia, but making it non-Russian infrastructure. But this was more, I'm not sure it was really literature. It was more like visionary, which never came to reality, obviously, so far.
All right, I think that will bring us to a close for this talk. We will take about 10 minutes and then start with Lincoln stuff a little bit later. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh.
Take it back. Kind of clean it up.
Yeah. That works out well.
It doesn't work out well even.
No.
Just has a, these are little microphones. So if you do want to speak, you just press the button and you can talk like that, really. Tap here. So it goes green, you can speak. Yeah.
Thanks.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you don't? Oh,
Unless it's a, or do you have to maybe you have to be logged into the account. So what I've been doing, most of them are just comments, but I've been sharing them with the presenters on here so that they're aware. Yeah, we'll have, yeah.
He's waiting to be admitted.
Yeah, I have to, that's, I can't, I don't have the control on. Hey, Derek.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, can you see my slides?
They appear to be oh, there we go. Yep, now we can. And we can see you, can hear you.
Great.
All right, I think I'll bring everyone back together. Okay, so we are going to continue with our last talk this morning by Lincoln Hines. And Lincoln is an assistant professor at the Samnon School of International Affairs at the Georgia Institute of Technology. He's been an assistant professor at the West Space Seminar at the U.S. Air War College, and he did his graduate work at Cornell. His research focuses on Chinese foreign policy and security, the politics of outer space, and issues of prestige and nationalism in world politics. And he's a security fellow with the Truman National Security Project and has been a Guggenheim postdoctoral fellow, or predoctoral fellow, and a variety of other interesting things. And so his work has been published in places like Research in Politics and Space Policy. So Dr. Hines today, or Lincoln today, is going to talk to us about ideology and Chinese expansionism. So I will turn it over to Lincoln.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction and for the opportunity to speak with you today. This has been a really exciting morning, and I've learned a lot, and I'm excited to share some of my research and to also hopefully receive some feedback on how to improve it going forward. So today I'm going to be presenting my portion of the broader research project, and this is a bit of a spin-off from my larger book project, but this is focused a little more narrowly on the aspect of ideology. My broader research focuses on nationalism and narratives in Chinese foreign policy. So today I'm going to start off, first of all, by noting something that has probably garnered a lot of attention in recent years, and that has been the several high-profile feats and milestones that China has accomplished in outer space. In 2022, China completed its space station, which, if their plans to defund or deorbit the International Space Station proceed, could become the only space station in orbit. China similarly signed a memorandum of understanding with Russia to establish a international lunar research station on the moon. So as this shows, China is increasingly has a number of very high-profile and ambitious pursuits in the space domain. And this is also interesting because it's been reflected in some broader forms of popular science fiction that have been that's increasingly attracting global attention. China, for example, in recent years had the launch of the movie The Wandering Earth, in which China, alongside its budding partner, the Russian government, goes along and saves the world from disaster by physically changing the location of the Earth. Similarly, this is a scene from Netflix's reproduction of the Chinese hit novel or hit trilogy, based off of the three-body problem. And here you can see this is a reenactment from the Cultural Revolution when the one of the opening scenes where you see a Chinese physicist being tortured and ridiculed. And I believe in the book, the scientist is executed during the Cultural Revolution. Now, of course, what's been interesting is this actually has received a lot of terrible press within Chinese media, and a lot of Chinese online commentators have been very critical of this depiction, viewing it as a more negative light being cast on China. But as you can see, there's with even this broader cultural element of how China's space program is understood more broadly, even within science fiction. You can see here the beginning of this this tie-in to these different elements of modern Chinese history and the role of ideology. And what is perhaps very surprising about these pursuits of China in the space domain is that this has actually been a very tremendous reversal of fortune for China from where it was at during the late 1800s and early 1900s. During this period, it was often it was pejoratively referred to as kind of the sick man of Asia. And in saying this, there was an idea that China, perhaps that it's clinging to traditional culture, clinging to Confucianism, these old ways of doing things, allowed China to be carved up by Western powers and made it weak and technologically less powerful. Now, towards the end of the Qing dynasty, you start seeing this movement by different reformers, the self-strengthening movement, and the idea is how to make China strong and respected again. And perhaps that includes adapting Western ideas or Western technology. This, however, ends up failing to be able to be implemented during the Qing dynasty. And China goes to this period of chaos and turmoil, which the Chinese Communist Party often refers to as the century of humiliation. But this time when China was weak, and one of the very interesting parts of this time is kind of the rise of grassroots nationalism that you see in the beginning of the 1900s in China. You see that one of Chinese writers are often also very critical of how China is unwilling to accept reality. So, for example, one popular work is the story of AQ by Lu Xun. And in this story, there's this character which is supposed to represent China, and he continues to assert his moral superiority while being beaten over the head by other powers. So it's interesting, China is criticized for being unwilling to adapt, unwilling to embrace this more modern form of civilizational progress. And nowadays, you see it's a complete reversal both in China's space ambitions and in the way it is depicted within popular writings and popular fiction. Far from being the kind of the laggard internationally, China in broader popular culture views itself very much as a preeminent space power with considerable ambitions. And indeed, one analyst, his name is Kevin Pulpeter, he writes a report called China's Space Narratives that was produced by the China Aerospace Studies Institute and the Center for Naval Analyses. And in this writing, he talks about how Chinese views of space power most align closely with the view that is espoused by, or that is presented by Russell Rumbaugh's different categorization of space power. He has 6 different schools, and the most expansive and ambitious vision, which he terms the galactic battle fleet version, very much depends on a reliance or a faith in breakthrough technologies and futuristic applications. So you see China going from this perspective of not wanting to embrace technology and being seen as more of a laggard internationally, to having a very expansive view of space power. So where does this come from? Well, my broader research focuses on the role of national narratives, but key to some of this, the idea of these national narratives within Chinese culture, and more broadly, the way that it's shaped and informed China's approach to space policy, is the role of ideology. And seminal to this is the role of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was at the forefront of kind of solidifying how Marxism-Leninism would be interpreted within China during his rise to power. Now, again, we can also see, even prior to Mao Zedong, you can see Qin Dushou, who's the co-founder of the Communist Party, comes to power, or not comes to power, he founds the party in the context of the May 4th nationalist movement within China. Now, Qin Dushou argues that China needs Mr. Science and Mr. Democracy to become strong. Again, this echoes a bit the ideas from the previous self-strengthening period. But the idea, again, is that science is kind of key to China's national salvation. So in this picture, this is when Mao Zedong formally establishes the People's Republic of China. And he notes, far from being this laggard that's being trampled on or intervened by outside powers, China has stood up. It has stood up to the world. And so we can see there's a very close intertwining between science, technology, and ideology as a form of national salvation within China from this early period. Now, a question that has come up, and I'm happy to discuss further during the Q&A, is the idea of whether ideology still matters in modern China. It has often been stated that you can see from the end of Mao Zedong's power to the rise of Deng Xiaoping, you can see this move away from ideology to a more pragmatic view of policymaking. So, for example, Deng Xiaoping, he had his famous phrase about he doesn't care what color the cat is, as long as it catches mice. At the same time, you can also see this, pragmatism is reinterpreted that China needs to seek truth from facts. So look at empirical facts on the ground, what reality tells you, rather than letting ideology guide you. And it's often been said that ideology sort of faded away in the period of Deng Xiaoping in the Reform era. That said, there have been other works by other scholars, such as Christian Soros, that finds that ideology, while it may matter differently today, it still has lingering effects on Chinese policymaking. So part of the question today is also, what role will Xi Jinping play? Xi Jinping has often been said to, in some ways, it was argued at one point that he wanted to be a strong man to try to implement further economic reforms. It's also been argued that Xi Jinping is seeking to end the reform era, that it is a marked departure from where China once was. And Xi Jinping, in many ways, has been invoking some of the populist tactics that were once used by Mao Zedong when he was in power. And there has been somewhat of a return to to ideology and some of the ideas that you even saw during the Mao era. Now, of course, it's different, and it's by no means does Xi Jinping have nearly the same amount of power that Mao Zedong had during his time in power. But it does raise, the question about the enduring legacy of ideology on Chinese policymaking. So, again, I'm asking, how does ideology matter for shaping Chinese space policy? And if it does matter, how? So I'm going to be talking about an early period where it very clearly had an effect on how China pursued space. And in the Q&A, I'm happy to discuss the way that ideology may have lingered and continues to matter for Chinese space policy today. So I'm arguing the ideologies, they provide along as a form of a narrative, they provide an interpretive framework for helping actors make sense of the world and new information around them. Also, because ideologies are central to the political project of different regimes, they also provide a criteria for evaluating the legitimacy of different political leaders. And they constrain actors' choices. I'm happy to discuss this more, but you can even see that in the reform era during the move to pragmatism, that Deng Xiaoping still is in many ways bound by some of the ideological straitjacket of his predecessor. And so the idea is that ideology can bind actors, and you can see the kind of rhetorical gymnastics that China has had to undertake. For example, calling socialism with Chinese characteristics to try to depart from the rigid ideology of the Maoist era. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about China's early space ambitions. Here in this picture, you can see an image of Qian Shuasan, which I'm happy to talk about further if there's any interest, but it's a very outside the topic of today's talk, an illustrative example of how some ways the types of xenophobia that we saw during the McCarthy era, and perhaps we're seeing a revival of today, can have strategic blowback. And Chen Shuasan was one of the most highly trained scientists and ended up providing a strategic boon for China's space industry. To the right, you can see it's China's very first satellite, the Dongfeng satellite, which China launched into space by 1970. First of all, to go back to the idea of this origins of the legitimation narrative, China's ideology cannot be separated from the broader national myth, and this is the idea of the century of humiliation. Now, this is not to say that when we say, a broader narrative or a myth, that it's completely fictional. It's based off of real world events and real world facts. But it's also the way that those facts are assembled to serve a particular political project. And in the Chinese context, the century of humiliation narrative is one that has been used by the Chinese Communist Party as a source of legitimacy, to show that through the Communist Party as a vanguard party, China would be able to reassert its long lost position at the top of a international hierarchy. Now, as I said earlier, during the century of humiliation, this period, you can see China go from once the kind of uncontested preeminent power in the region to being divided and conquered by different foreign powers. During this time, China becomes weakened. It's intervened by a large variety of countries. The Qing dynasty collapses. China devolves into a period of warlordism. It's intervened by Japan, carries out brutal occupation. So during this, this really bloody and tumultuous period, you also start to see this kind of grassroots nationalism that starts to arise within China. And you see different intellectuals that start to seek ways to make China strong, to return China to its lost position, and to make it once again a strong and wealthy country. Now, it is in this environment of this grassroots nationalism that the Communist Party within China is born, and it imports ideas from the Soviet Union, but it also adapts them. And a key figure in shaping the way that the ideology is interpreted within China is Mao Zedong. Now, Mao Zedong wasn't originally over the Chinese Communist Party, but he ends up asserting power during the Long March, which is the kind of mythical episode, again, based off of real events, but is central to the party's mythology about how the Chinese Communist Party was, it was on the ropes from the Kuomintang, and it was being persecuted, and it carries out this massive strategic retreat. And along this period is when Mao Zedong asserts power. And he does this through his own different methods and his own way of implementing Marxism-Leninism, part through what you describe the redistribution efforts and the kind of collectivization you see in Yan'an, which becomes known as the Yan'an Way. So when Mao rises to power, you can see again this reference to this broader national narrative. He says that China was once stigmatized as a decrepit empire, the sick man of East Asia. But again, you see this tying to China returning to its historical position or status and the way it's regarded by other countries and the world, saying that China is held in fairly high esteem by our foreign comrades. Again, you can see for over a century it was backward, despised, and wretched. It will be able to catch up with the most powerful capitalist country in the world, the United States. So we can see that through Marxism-Leninism or Chinese interpretations of this, that China will be able to transform its material position and be able to match or rival the leading powers of the time. Now, again, Mao Zedong had a very different type of interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, and rather than following the traditional stages of progression within Marxism-Leninism, instead you see this idea that through sheer willpower and mobilizing human beings, that you can be able to transcend your material circumstances and be able to hasten the process of reaching a sort of socialist utopia. So in the late 1950s, when the Soviet Union succeeded in launching Sputnik, we often think about the impact that it had within the United States, how it led to criticisms of Eisenhower in an effort to reassert the United States' position as a technological power. But it also had a profound influence within China. And, notably, you can see during this time that Mao Zedong wants to also, he sees the kind of symbolic or propaganda uses of space as a way to be able to assert the dominance of his political model. And so one notable, period during this is the Great Leap Forward, which in short was an effort to modernize agriculture and industry within China, a massive collectivization effort led by China, under the leadership of Mao Zedong. The idea was that China would surpass Great Britain and catch up with the United States. And through this, the idea was that, through this revolutionary zeal, China could transform its material circumstances. Now, this is known as one of the greatest tragedies in human history. And the estimates about the number of deaths range from 20 to 30 million people that starved to death during this period of time. But during this time, this massive mobilization campaign, you can see the symbolic value of what satellites meant about the strength of socialism and its ability to draw upon, to use technology to transcend these material circumstances. So during this time, to report these high yield and exaggerated agricultural yields from these different collectivization efforts, the phrase that was used was that that the different individuals doing this had launched satellites. So you would say that you launched a satellite when you produce this exaggerated yield. So you can see the symbolism about what this means for your ability to transform your domestic circumstances. Mao thought that during this time, China could be able to keep up with the Americans, and he used very crude language, saying that China would have a bigger satellite than the chicken egg of the Americans. And moreover, this is very much tied to the political legitimation goals of the Chinese Communist Party. Now, again, Sputnik happens in 1957. China is a impoverished, largely predominantly agricultural society. Most of its science and technology, it's importing through Russian assistance, which later on will go to end during the Sino-Soviet split and the withdrawal of Soviet advisors. But you can see this China as a kind of technological laggard, and it wants to have a satellite in outer space by 1959, which is a very outlandish goal, but very much in line with the hubris of the time of the Great Leap Forward, and ultimately would fail. And it was actually Deng Xiaoping, the pragmatist, who would later reverse this decision and push for China to focus on more modest goals, such as having a sounding rocket. Again, you can see the tie-in between the kind of domestic political battles within China and how this related to ideology. Mao's power fluctuated within China following the disastrous Great Leap Forward. Mao would be sidelined within the Communist Party, but then would reassert power again during the Cultural Revolution. You can also see some important factors that are starting to shape China's ability to acquire advanced space technologies from the Sino-Soviet split. So during this period, the Cultural Revolution and Mao's attempt to consolidate power, we again see this strong emphasis on ideology and seeking to invoke the revolutionary zeal of the population. And this is within this context that China launches its very first satellite, the East is Red 1. Now, why the name the East is Red 1? Well, again, the name the East is Red 1 is based off of the then de facto national anthem of China, which is The East is Red, which is a propaganda song hailing Mao Zedong and his importance as a leader, and his leadership and how it allows China to triumph. Now, interestingly, the satellite was largely stripped of scientific instruments that could be used for any type of practical function, but it was again seen very much to serve these propaganda functions, to be seen and to be heard. Now, what's also interesting to note is that the rocket that's used to launch this, that is still the same rocket, is tied into this myth of the Long March, which is so central to the legitimacy myth of the Communist Party of China. Now, I will, also add that during this time, China briefly attempts a human spaceflight program in 1970. A satellite was not enough. And China trained astronauts during this time, or later it'd be called taikonauts. But the idea was that China would also have a human space program, Project Shuguang. This fell in part because of the death of Defense Minister Lin Biao, who was then seen to be the kind of the second in line to Mao Zedong, and Mao becomes paranoid, and suddenly Lin Biao has a mysterious plane accident. And in the outcome in the aftermath of this, individuals are encouraged to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius. And in this context that you see this, Lin Biao is a very important figure within China's space program. And Lin Biao and those associated with him end up losing political power. Moreover, this is a very kind of outlandish goal at the time for China, which is in the middle of the Cultural Revolution, to want to have one of the most expensive and technologically difficult technologies of the time, human spaceflight. So it's also interesting seeing how this is covered within Chinese state-led media. The People's Daily, often referred to as the official mouthpiece of the Chinese Communist Party, it provides an insight into how the party wants to portray this news. So it says, the great news has shocked the world. The world has noticed. It says, my country's first man-made Earth satellite is attracting the eyes of all mankind. Again, you see this callback to the Yan'an Way. And the idea is that when the red satellite goes to the sky, it is the result of doing things according to Chairman Mao's instructions of self-reliance and hard struggle. So implications, I'm happy to discuss this a little bit more in Q&A, but what is the continuing relevance of ideology today within China? And does this play a role in China's space expansionism today? And the idea of viewing technology as central to China's ability to rejuvenate and once again become a great power. I would argue that yes, it still has an important role, and you can even still see some of the same language being used to describe it, with space being described as the commanding heights of strategic technology, space and cyber capabilities. So in conclusion, ideology played a significant role in China's early space ambitions, and it continues to do so, though in less direct ways. Again, the broader project for today and tomorrow's workshop really is, I think, a very important study to be done, looking at how space expansionism is driven in a cross-cultural context. As was noted at the beginning of today's workshop, there are a variety of different interpretations about the symbolic meanings of space and what it means, and whether for good or for ill, these different interpretations are going to become increasingly important, particularly considering the rise of a large variety of different space actors, and in my case, the rise of one of the most powerful countries other than the United States in space, China. All right, thank you, and I'm going to finish here, and I'm happy to take some questions, and I'm also hoping to hear some feedback that might help me as I develop this project going forward. Thanks.
Okay, questions?
Hello, Ken Wiesen, University of Texas at Austin. Can you say anything about how this ideology interacts with the Chinese view of military uses of space?
Yes. So today I've been mostly talking about the kind of propaganda uses of space. But I also, I would argue is tied back into when we go back to Dan Dudney's work on space expansionism and dark skies, he almost describes space expansionism as an article of faith or a belief. And I would argue that these beliefs, these different viewpoints, that strategy isn't made in a vacuum, and that it is colored by these different beliefs. And a lot of these different types of technologies that China is looking at, they are still unproven, and they may one day turn out to be great gambles and strategically sound ideas, or they may not. But the idea, again, is that this type of ideology, it informs how space technology is seen as, technology itself is seen as very highly important for national security. And technology is indeed very important, but it is often overstated in important ways. There's the work by Stephen Biddle on this kind of use of modern military force, and he looks at the Gulf War. He runs a simulation, and he's looking at this, and he finds that what we often talked about as this kind of revolution in military affairs, it was not as pronounced as perhaps we might have thought. In his simulation, he finds that actually when you have two highly trained militaries that go against one another, technological differences make a kind of marginal difference. But when you have a poorly trained military versus a highly trained military, the technological differences really significantly widen that gap in how the effectiveness of military force. And in other ways, I think that it is seen in some ways as a kind of a silver bullet for being able to resolve difficult challenges. Technology, of course, is important, but it's also how you use it. And not to say that this isn't also an important form of China, but as we see today, for example, the dissolution of China's Strategic Support Force, China has some significant internal organizational problems within its national security sector and its national security space sector. And so in that light, it's important to, technology is important, but it is no panacea for being able to achieve different military objectives. And does ideology lead China to overstate the importance of technology at the expense of more qualitative factors such as strategy or training or different types of more mundane types of bureaucratic measures to make a military function more efficiently. So yeah, I'll stop there. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Lincoln, Namrata, nice to see you and great work as always. You know, when you were starting and talking about the impact of the century of humiliation, I was wondering because in my mind, I compared it to India. And what is interesting is that in the Indian political culture or ideological you know, assessment of India as a modern state, and I grew up in India, we were never taught about the 2 centuries of humiliation, for example, 200 years of humiliation, right? So what is interesting to me is that from an ideological perspective, I was wondering when this discourse actually started. Because Mao, when China became the People's Republic of China, he said China has risen. So where did that start? Because on the Indian side, India never had a narrative of 2 centuries of humiliation, for example. And then the second question in terms of, and this is where I think I would love to hear your perspective, is that when I listen and read about Chinese, for example, expansionism into space, what is so interesting from my colleagues from China's perspective is that that particular Chinese vision and going into the universe is not going to be hegemonic. It's going to be very egalitarian. It's going to be for humanity. It's not going to repeat the horrific acts of colonialism, for example, that happen. And so it's a very anti-imperialist kind of narrative. So, and I, in my conversation, I hear that again and again. So I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really great question and comment. And I also, you know, nice to see you again outside of Montgomery. I will say that is a very interesting puzzle about India not having that same type of narrative. And I don't study India, so I can't speak confidently about that. But I would imagine that there's also diverging political incentives for the regime in the sense that in India you have electoral legitimacy. So, but at the same time, tracing the narrative back of the century of humiliation, there's a book by John Delury and Orville Schell on wealth and power, which I think was actually pretty great. And it goes back to the early 1900s and it looks at writings by Chinese intellectuals and the different ways that they all want to pursue wealth and power. So the idea of rejuvenation of wealth and power, the idea is the kind of intellectual ferment for that has been around for over a century. The actual first usage of the century of humiliation, I haven't pinned that down, but I would actually like to further explore that. I do know that it was, while there might have been the kind of ideas behind it, while there might have Hello? Okay. While the ideas behind this might have been existing, it might have existed for a while, the government, there's a very much more of a concerted state level effort by the Chinese government following the Tiananmen Square massacre. You can see this kind of this period when China narrowly dodged a bullet in terms of, or the Chinese Communist Party, to be precise, narrowly dodged a bullet and was almost, you know, experienced the fate of other communist parties at the, you know, kind of the end of the Cold War. There's this effort by the state to promote education about this narrative very prominently in school textbooks, through museums, through media. The actual term century of humiliation, I would like to investigate, and I'm sure someone has done research on that, but I would be interested in seeing kind of when that term first arises. But the ideas behind it have been around for you know, at least a century. Not at least a century, sorry, I'll take that. I'll rephrase that. I would more precisely say since the ideas behind this humiliation idea have been around for at least a century, but the particular spin about the Communist Party has been around since the rise of the Communist Party. That's what I would argue. Also, for visions of going into the universe, not hegemonic for humanity. So I am, unfortunately, as much as I'm emphasizing the importance of ideas, I am a little skeptical of some of these claims. I think it's interesting looking at, for example, Alistair Ian Johnson's book on cultural realism within China. And he argues that there's actually the use of the kind of Confucian discourse, the benign Confucian discourse, but that at the operational level, the way it's actually implemented, it follows this more kind of realist approach, the parabellum strategic culture. Similarly, Andrew Scobell has his work where he calls it the cult of the defense. And the way he describes it is that it's, which is not, I don't think, particularly unique to China, but cloaking offensive actions as uniquely defensive, and how some Chinese leaders or generals would claim that China has only had like one offensive war in history. And I would similarly say that a lot of times in the US, our motives will also be said to be purely defensive. And I would imagine a lot of countries do. And so I think that the narrative of peacefulness is probably there. How it would actually, matter going into the future, I think, there's such a host of factors that would matter. I dare not speculate, but I am cynical that those ideas alone would be enough to ensure a more positive or peaceful approach. And it's also interesting looking at China has submitted a document to UN Copious, with kind of ideas about lunar exploration, and the document looks a lot like the Artemis Accords. And the idea that you can use resources. So it's, the US is hegemonic and it's colonial, but we also want access to resources. And so I am somewhat skeptical, but I hope I am corrected.
Okay, Robert, Okay, Robert, I'm going to read a question from Nelly in the chat. How much space is used by China for globalization on Earth and interaction with countries in the global South, for example, selling services and products or having collaborative projects?
Yeah, I think that space is an important component of that. China sells space services and access to services provided through Beidou to countries in the global South, and as part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. China has also interacted, with countries like Argentina on, building different types of, Earth-based telescopes. And you can see this kind of this interaction. China also launches capabilities for a large variety of countries in the global South. And so it provides China an important, another important way by which it can have a form of influence upon other countries. And historically, China has kind of walked this fine rope of wanting to be seen as a great power, but also a champion of the global South simultaneously. And going into this idea of ideology, China also drew upon this, if you look at propaganda posters, for example, China very much wanted to present itself as a champion of the global South, and in very much, in many ways, competed with the Soviet Union during the Sino-Soviet split to represent who would be the leader of Marxism, Leninism, who would be the leader of that movement. And China very much wanted to be seen as a leader of this region, and it still does. So space capabilities, I think, are still important for that. One thing that has been interesting, though, is that, China's, there's the kind of the announcement, and then there's the follow through, and there's often a gap between the two. And for China's Belt and Road Initiative, for example, it was When it was first announced, when it was the One Belt, One Road initiative, it was seen as this large, massive undertaking by China that could potentially undercut American interest. It is a large and massive undertaking. How much it's actually purchased China is more complicated of a debate. And in many ways, it goes back to kind of the bureaucratic politics of China. You have corrupt provincial officials that will slap the name Belt and Road on a deal that they were beginning to pursue anyways, and the deal will not reap many political benefits and may not reap many economic benefits. And so this isn't to say it's been a total failure, but it's been often overstated. And I think that there is a pattern of that within China is a massive country and has a massive bureaucracy. And, it's interesting. There's the work by Xiao Pu where he talks about China kind of having these dual identities of both a developed country and a developing country at the same time. And so in many ways, it makes it very difficult for this kind of follow through in how Chinese foreign policy is implemented. And so, I think it probably does provide China another source of leverage, but whether that actually will amount to tangible political gains, I think I would say it probably is a mixed picture, but I think the verdict is there still isn't a verdict on whether this has actually been successful for China.
I think probably good point to come to an end. I would like to make one point that I think this morning's been very interesting. We're beginning to see what I expected, some differences emerging in how we think about what ideology is. And I think that's really important for this. And so I'd like to hope that we keep that conversation going, maybe over, lunch and other contexts. But, that's, I think in many ways at the center of the whole project is that we don't really have a nice, neat definition of that. So with that, I think we'll bring the morning to a close. Thank you, Lincoln. That was fascinating. And we will be back at 1 o'clock Eastern time, so in a little bit over an hour.
Thanks, Sarah, for everything.
Jackson, 1, 2, 3.
Whose machine is this? And is this the thing running all of this stuff? I don't
This
need
is-
it.
This is my machine.
Oh,
I
okay.
have a couple. What happens if I just do, I don't think we need this. So, what would you just like the cover slide as your background?
I surprised me. But like.
Okay, I think we're gonna bring people back together. We have most everybody back. Is this working? I don't know. It's on. It's working, yes, okay. Oh, and I have to get my bio for you because I have to tell them who you are.
Did I send you a bio?
No.
I thought I did.
Well, you did. So, yeah. Okay, we are going to start the afternoon part of the program here, and we need to get Lance's oh, you don't. What world do you live in? Yeah, you're done, man. But then I have to look up the name of your title and.
No. It's, don't even, I've changed the title.
Oh, all right. Well, all right. Then I'm going to introduce Lance. Lance is a professor at Arizona State Arizona State University. He's in the School of Music, Dance, and Theater and is associate director of ASU's Interplanetary Initiative. He's done all kinds of pioneering work related to things like digital performance. And he's interested in the intersection between performance, technology, science, and religion. And as was talked about before, Lance has headed up another workshop that dealt with religion and space exploration. And so, like most of the people here, everyone here, he has a very long bio, which I'm not going to read entirely, but I'm going to say that he does a really remarkable number of interesting things. And so I will turn this over, but I'm not going to read his title because for one thing, he changed it, but also he doesn't use PowerPoint, which is just
I
so
have no
weird.
slides.
Yeah, so we
We
will
just have to look at me.
pay attention, everyone.
Yeah, so this never happens. I changed the subject of my presentation. And it's actually a good thing I did because I was going to, among other things, I was going to talk a lot about cosmism, and it would have just, been a replay of some of the stuff that Asif said. So the title of this one is, it's not in your programs. It's called New Myths for New Space. So okay. How about we do a little audience participation here? Finish this sentence. Space, the final frontier. See, you all know it. So I want to key in for a moment on that word frontier. Since its genesis in the Kennedy administration and the very first NASA publications, the dominant story driving US space exploration has been this frontier narrative. With its roots deeply embedded in US history, mythology, and the Christian theological concept of manifest destiny, this narrative is still to this day used to sell US space exploration to the public, and also to this day still organizes the thinking of a lot of the scientists, engineers, and others directly involved in designing and building space futures. Now, in recent decades, a lot of folks have pushed back against this narrative, not necessarily because of its religious character, but because of its colonialist character. As critics have observed, this narrative situates space as something to be conquered, controlled, and exploited. And a lot of people hope to craft some kind of new anti-colonialist or at least non-colonialist narrative for space exploration, but really nothing has arisen in the US, at least, to challenge the dominance of this frontier narrative. Nothing until recently. So my purpose today is to draw attention to this relatively new narrative that has emerged in the present century. Unlike the frontier story, this is not a popular narrative, but it is influential. And like the frontier story, it is religious in character. I'm going to tentatively refer to it as the transcendence narrative. And this narrative, it's associated with the set of philosophies and social movements, including effective altruism, long-termism, singularitarianism, and it is explicitly apocalyptic in nature. Now, for my purposes, I'm going to like center this discussion around transhumanism as the sort of centerpiece of this complex cocktail of philosophies. For those of you unfamiliar with it, transhumanism is a modern philosophy and social movement popular among wealthy leaders in tech industry. So to understand transhumanism, we need to start with a little math. I'm an arts guy, so if I can get it, you can. So the power of computers doubles every 2 years through the doubling of the number of transistors in integrated circuits. And this observation has really taken on the status of a kind of natural law. In fact, it's popularly termed Moore's law. And it achieves its importance for transhumanism due to the implications of exponential growth. If you graph exponential growth, it produces an upward curve whose steepness increases over time, eventually becoming near vertical. Ray Kurzweil, whose books, The Age of Spiritual Machines and The Singularity is Near, these are foundational texts for the contemporary transhumanist communities. Kurzweil believes that technological progress also increases exponentially. And that point in the future at which the growth curve of technology reaches near verticality, Kurzweil refers to that point as the singularity. At this point, among other things, humans will produce what's called artificial general intelligence. This is a term that you may have heard a lot about in the past year or so. Most artificial intelligences are competent at a single or very narrow set of tasks. You're familiar with these AIs. They can wallop you in chess, correct your grammar, or show you the fastest way to get to Coachella. AGI, artificial general intelligence, by contrast, is omnicompetent. It can perform any cognitive task as well or better than humans. Keep in mind that this is a speculative technology. We do not yet have it. So soon, this story goes, soon after humans create AGI, in this transhumanist narrative, will come what's called super intelligence. Super intelligence is a form of AGI that is astronomically more intelligent than even the smartest human in every field. I'm sure most of you have heard of OpenAI, one of the leading AI companies, the maker of ChatGPT. OpenAI was founded explicitly for the purpose of creating AGI. In the minds of a lot of these folks, they are building God. So this idea is that the singularity will usher in an age in which the speed of change becomes incomprehensible. Kurzweil explains, he says, quote, "So we won't experience 100 years of progress in the 21st century. It will be more like 20,000 years of progress at today's rate. Within a few decades, machine intelligence will surpass human intelligence, leading to the singularity. Technological change so rapid and profound, it represents a rupture in the fabric of human history. The implications include the merger of biological and non-biological intelligence, immortal software-based humans, and ultra-high levels of intelligence that expand outward in the universe at the speed of light." Now, at this point, humanity itself will change. We will seize the reins of evolution through technological means. And as I'm describing this, please understand, this is the narrative I'm describing. I'm not advocating for the truth of these things. We'll seize the reins of evolution through technological means, bioengineering, nanotechnology, robotics, AI, to become a new species, or perhaps several new species, creatures of unimaginable knowledge and ability. Will be functionally immortal. We will become like unto angels. We will become post-human. So the angelic simile I used is apt for several reasons. As Megan O'Giblin has astutely pointed out, this word, transhuman, first appeared in Henry Francis Carey's 1814 translation of Dante's Paradiso. In the opening canto, Dante becomes an immortal being, but he's really kind of vague about the details of how he got there. He says, quote, "Words may not tell of that transhuman change." So, of course, a lot of Christians believe in the truth of biblical and other narratives that tell of such transformations at, for instance, the Last Judgment. In this vision, the transformation is an act of God, right? But there are also traditions that hold that such transformations could or must be enacted by the hand of humanity through science and technology. For instance, the medieval and Renaissance alchemists of Europe sought the transformation of base metals into precious ones, which was a process symbolic of a personal spiritual transformation into divinity. In the 20th and 21st centuries, many others, the Russian cosmists, for example, the Jesuit Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and yes, Ray Kurzweil, dreamed similarly of harnessing science and technology to transform humanity and overcome death. Currently, transhumanist and the Kurzweilian vision of the singularity are among the most popular narratives of immortality through that ASU word, innovation. So space exploration is a key ingredient in this narrative, and for several reasons. So firstly, AGI could help engineer human bodies to survive and thrive in the harsh conditions of other worlds. Secondly, for transhumanists, getting humanity's eggs into more than one planetary basket is really crucial for the long-term survival of our species, ensuring it won't be wiped out by an Earth-based extinction event. And then lastly, settling the solar system, the galaxy, and even our local supercluster would enable humans and post-humans to thrive and vastly multiply. We could harvest materials from asteroids and moons to construct Dyson spheres around stars and harvest their energy to power planet-sized supercomputers that would be home to trillions of digital persons. Persons who could travel to other planets and even distant stars at the speed of light. It's not without significance that Singularity University, which is an institute of future studies founded in 2009 by Kurzweil and Peter Diamandis, the transhumanist and the founder of X Prize, Singularity University made its home at NASA's research center, the Ames Research Center of NASA in California. Okay, so some of you may have heard of this philosopher, Nick Bostrom. Bostrom is a philosopher and noted transhumanist, director of Oxford's recently closed, big scandal, Future of Humanity Institute, and a highly regarded scholar of existential risk and AI. He's among the most influential living philosophers who are focused on the future. In 2003, he published an article called Astronomical Waste, the opportunity cost of delayed technological development. It presents this novel and little known outside certain tech circles and very highly influential argument for space exploration. So Bostrom begins his argument by noting that every day throughout the universe, vast amounts of energy are wasted, and that this waste happens at a cosmic scale. Every day, light from countless stars pours into the emptiness of space, shines on barren planets and moons, and is sucked into the lifeless maws of black holes. This energy is wasted, Bostrom claims, because it could be used to sustain human lives. So for Bostrom, human lives are valuable. They are kind of containers of value, or what Bostrom calls value structures. Each additional value structure adds value to the universe. So how many lives could this wasted energy sustain? Bostrom estimates that if our species, or the post-human humans will become, Bostrom calls these Earth-originating intelligent life, that if we manage to avoid existential catastrophe, advances in technology will allow us to populate the universe, or at least our local supercluster of galaxies. In that case, the number of future persons could be as high as 10 to the 58th power. That's 10 with 58 zeros after it. It's a very big number. So performing some back of the envelope math, Bostrom estimates that 10 to the 38th power potential human lives are lost for every century that the colonization of our local supercluster is delayed. This works out to be approximately 10 to the 29th lives per second. He does that math. This number assumes that many of these future lives will be post-human digital persons. But even if we assume that only biological persons will populate the cosmos, Bostrom estimates that for every second space colonization is delayed, 10 trillion potential human lives are lost. This, Bostrom claims, is a conservative estimate. So that's the astronomical part of Bostrom's argument. Given that human life, including future human life, has value, the loss of potential future human lives from delayed technological maturity, which Bostrom describes elsewhere as the, quote, attainment of capabilities affording a level of economic productivity and control over nature close to the maximum that could be feasibly achieved. The loss of that life is of astronomical value. From a utilitarian perspective, therefore, accelerating the rate of technological advancements, enabling space exploration brings greater value than, quote, practically any other possible action, end quote, humans could pursue. It's hard to imagine a greater good. All other goods pale in comparison. So folks, let's get busy building rockets. So Bostrom goes on to suggest that, in fact, there is something more important, and that is preventing existential catastrophe. After all, if humans are wiped out, there's not going to be any future humans, digital or otherwise. But the point of the astronomical moral urgency of colonizing space remains. This is a moral argument for space exploration, for the rapid advances that the singularity would inaugurate, and for the proliferation and flourishing of persons that transhumanism would enable. All right, what kind of flourishing would this be? Bostrom attempts to answer this. in his letter from Utopia. He writes this from the perspective of a future post-human in an age of presumably technological maturity. And it's a quality and degree of flourishing that we can only dimly imagine. He says, quote, "How can I tell you about utopia and not leave you mystified? With what words could I convey the wonder? My pen, I fear, is unequal to the task." Bostrom's imaginary letter writer invites the reader to recall the moment of their greatest bliss, fleeting yet revelatory. And yet, Bostrom's narrator continues, what you had in your best moment is but a beckoning scintilla at most, not even close to what I have, no closer than the word sun written in yellow ink is to the actual sun, for I am beyond words and imagination. End quote. So this is a prominent transhumanist vision of the future. Bostrom's letter recalls the translation of Dante's Paradiso that I cited earlier. Words may not tell of that transhuman change. What is the means to this salvation? How do we achieve it? He says, what I urge on you is a reconfigured physical situation through technology. Translation, you need to change your body. All right, how influential is Bostrom? Quite influential. SpaceX founder Elon Musk claimed that astronomical waste is likely the most important paper ever written. He points to William McCaskill's book on long-termism, which was basically hugely influenced by Bostrom as a close match for his philosophy. In the fall of last year, some of you may have read articles about this. Mark Andreessen, who's one of the founders of a top Silicon Valley venture capital firm. He's kind of a thought leader in the tech industry. He published a blog post called the Techno-Optimist Manifesto. This was widely discussed and was really the first public appearance of what's called effective accelerationism, a philosophy that emerged earlier that year. So this philosophy is like a little more than a year old, maybe. So Andreessen's manifesto is like Bostrom on amphetamines. It's frankly an astonishing document. I think worthy of several analytical articles and possibly some time on the couch for Andreessen, because I want to just ask him, like, who hurt you? You know? It's like this paean to technology, to capitalism and human potential, this fizzing cocktail of Italian futurist ideology, transhumanism, Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, libertarianism, alt-right obsessions. It's a call to advance technology as quickly as possible, abandoning all moderating and cautionary concerns. In essence, it embraces Bostrom's call for accelerating technological innovations, but discards his concern for existential risks. Andreessen says, quote, our descendants will live in the stars. He says, the ultimate mission of technology is to advance life both on Earth and in the stars. Because technology can prevent deaths, any deceleration of technology is a form of murder for him. He even adopts the frontier language repeatedly in this blistering passage that, if you know Tommaso Marinetti's Futurist Manifesto, this like rings out like that. He says, we are not victims, we are conquerors. We believe in nature, but we also believe in overcoming nature. We are not primitives cowering in fear of the lightning bolt. We are the apex predator. The lightning works for us. Yeah, so Effective accelerationists see the project of creating AGI as an effort to create God, or sand God, as one AI entrepreneur put it. So as several religious studies scholars have observed, close connections between religion and transhumanism. Robert Geraci, for example, situates transhumanism firmly within the tradition of Christian and Jewish apocalyptic thought. He describes apocalypticism as a dualistic worldview that is, quote, aggravated by a sense of alienation that can only be resolved through the establishment of a radically transcendent new world that abolishes dualism and requires radically purified bodies for its inhabitants. So there's this Manichaean character to apocalypticism, good and bad. And in transhumanism, physical bodies are definitely on the bad side because they're limited in their abilities, limited in intellects, they get sick, they die. So transhumanism offers to resolve this dualism, this alienation, and the host of afflictions that plague our world, quote, in a radically transcendent future where we forsake our biological bodies in favor of virtual bodies that will inhabit an omnipresent and morally meaningful cyberspace. Okay, so last year, in a discussion panel that featured Elon Musk, OpenAI's president Greg Brockman, noted MIT transhumanist Mark Tegmark, and of all people, and I'm not kidding, Benjamin Netanyahu, Musk made the apocalyptic character of the transhumanist narrative explicit. The future offered to us by AI, Musk said, is, quote, in a lot of ways, a description of heaven. You can have whatever you want. You don't need to work. You have no obligation. Any illness you have can be cured, and death is a choice. So, religious studies conceives of apocalypticism differently than pop culture. The religious studies notes that the word refers to a revealing or a disclosure. Apocalyptic texts are a literary genre featuring narratives about spiritual beings that reveal some supernatural, often eschatological knowledge. In pop culture, apocalypticism is like all about disaster scenarios, zombies, pandemics, alien invasion. But there is, of course, violence and destruction in religious tales of the apocalypse, too. For transhuman apocalypticism, the tales of destruction serve a specific purpose. They are dire warnings that to achieve the promise of this radiant future, we have to avoid extinction. So transhumanism and the singularity offer what Timothy Snyder calls the politics of inevitability. To endorse its narrative is to accept that, in the words of Margaret Thatcher's Tina slogan, there is no alternative to the market. The operations of technology under capitalism proceed with the inevitability of natural law. Liberal democracy brings free markets bring innovation, innovation brings Muskian heaven. But space exploration in transhumanist narratives is more than just an escape route from destruction to salvation. It encompasses an apocalyptic teleology that is positively Hegelian, even Kabbalistic in scope. Kurzweil describes a future in which post-humans will spread through the universe, ultimately saturating all matter, all energy in the entirety of existence. The dumb matter and mechanisms of the universe will be transformed into exquisitely sublime forms of intelligence. The universe itself will wake up and become conscious. This, claims Kurzweil, is the ultimate destiny of the cosmos. It's difficult to imagine a more breathtaking, ambitious, and anthropocentric future for humanity and the universe. So when you hear Musk or Andreessen or others talk, other folks maybe involved in the space sector or tech, talk about their mission, as they often do, in terms of extending the light of consciousness to the stars, this is what they mean. So in conclusion, I want to make 3 points. The emergence of the transcendence narrative, the spread of its popularity, is coincident with the rise of new space. New space is a term that refers to this era in which private companies have become major players in the space sector. Often these companies are led by tech billionaires, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson, etc. Point 2. The transcendence narrative is primarily popular among a set of intellectual, financial, and tech industry elites. The population for whom this narrative is familiar and holds currency is mostly philosophers, thought leaders, billionaires, scientists, engineers, top tech industry workers, and policymakers. This is an elite narrative. Number 3. The transcendence narrative is not used to promote space exploration to the general public. No government brochures promote this narrative. No politicians adopt it for their campaigns, and no popular television shows use it as their tagline. Though it can occasionally be found in print media meant for general audiences, it mostly appears in elite discourse. This is not a narrative for popular consumption. But it is an influential one among decision makers. And it is a moral one. That's profoundly weird. Anyway, that's it.
Questions?
Yes. Thank you. One thing that I wonder about is that for long-termism, AI is actually also one of the existential threats, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So how does the AI as
Huckman has an entire book called Superintelligence. It's one of the I'm a horror fan. Like, I watch horror movies and read horror novels. This is one of the scariest things I've ever read in my life. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, it was just about that because the AI leads to the singularity and transhumanism, but it also leads to humanity's existential threat. Are these two positions, how do they make sense of that kind of contradiction? It seems like
That's a great question. So you've got the I mentioned the effective acceleration,
right?
And their foes are also like transhumanist folks, but they're the ones that are being like, hey, maybe we slow down the innovation, because if we create a super intelligence that is as smarter than humans as humans are to like earthworms, like, why should it care about our continued existence? So yeah, there's absolutely a tension there. Hi.
I'll try to use this as well. I don't know if you've read it, and I just want to recommend it to you if you have not. If you have, then to other people. But anthropologist John Bielewski's book, Machines for Making Gods, very specifically focuses on the Mormon Transhumanist Association and the way in which Mormonism, which has a very materialistic view of God and sees
And of space.
and of space, and as the sort of forthcoming future where humans will have glorified bodies like God, they see this whole transhumanist approach as ways that humans themselves will create their glorified bodies. It's a very small group within the Mormon community, but it's a fascinating book that covers like how one particular religious perspective is highly compatible with this particular future. And he talks about Bostrom, he talks about Kurzweil. It's very good. So I just wanted to
Thank you. I'll have
recommend
to
that.
check that out. Okay.
What theological assumptions are required for the Kurzweilian transhumanism philosophy you described? Is it explicitly atheist?
Is it explicitly atheistic? I wouldn't say it's explicitly atheistic. I don't think it really addresses theism. But its vision is apocalyptic in that like sort of last things and this transfiguration of the physical being of humans and of this vision of that transfiguration into something like angels and gods, essentially, in terms of their power and their knowledge. So I if that it's a mishmash of science and religious, of scientific ideas and religious narratives that has a long history. You know, you mentioned Madame Blavatsky today, and theosophy was a mashup of science and religion. I mentioned alchemy earlier. This is people think of these things as opposites, but they never have been. Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. It sounds like, you know, kind of techno Christianity to me. And basically, the thing that's intriguing to me is this very Western linear concept of time, which is unlike Buddhism, for example, which doesn't have a linear concept of time. And so I'm wondering, are there any non-Westerners that are leaders in this conversation? Because it seems like this is, it just sounds like kind of Christianity with a different set of words to me.
It's a good question. And I don't know the answer to that. I can say that there's been dialogue between the Russian cosmists. Some of the, especially the conservative Russian cosmists, draw a distinction between Russian cosmism and Western, what they characterize as Western transhumanism. And transhumanism doesn't come out very well in the distinction that they draw. And the distinction is mostly about, well, the cosmism is Russian. With all the set of characteristics that come along with the Russian idea and concepts like sobornost, unity and diversity and so on. But I honestly, I don't know how
Hello.
popular this is to like Asian audiences, for instance.
Hello. I have a question. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. My question is the advancement of AI or the advancement of technology has a very powerful effect in our life. But I also want to understand that, don't you think that we are placing much more value in the AI rather than the creator of AI? You see, you in your statement, in your presentation, you made a very statement talking about the AI symbolizes a form of a god or something. So don't you think that we place much more value in the AI technology rather than the creator in itself?
Do I think that we place more value in AI than we do into the folks that create it?
They are. In other words, the people that created it, so that is the people, the humans.
Yeah.
There is less value of the humans, but more value to the technology.
I don't know. The folks that are creating this are worth billions of dollars now, so I think we're giving them plenty of value. Are you trying to make a case for humans in general having value over machines?
Yes, that is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the folks that some of the real transhumanists or posthumanists argue basically for the extinction of our species, not for us getting wiped out in some catastrophe, anthropogenic or otherwise, but for our extinction and replacement by something better and higher, that the things that humanity will turn into will be abandoning our biological bodies, and becoming AIs, becoming these virtual beings. And so and they view the valuing of this biological substrate as naive, quaint, antiquated, I would say.
I mean,
I don't think that's a popularly held view. I think that's one of the reasons why this transcendence narrative cannot be like put in a NASA brochure.
Lastly, the reason why I'm asking this question, is because you see, the development of AI is very beneficial, but the problem is we overrate AI in so much that we depend on it so much, and we lose our sense of humanity. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
You see, so when we have the conception that it's a God, human beings are very fallible to depend on it of anything, and we all know that AI cannot solve every kind of problem we have on Earth.
Not yet.
Exactly. Not yet. But I
not
believe
yet would say the posthumanists. Yeah, we got to wrap up.
Yeah. Okay. We got to wrap up. Oh, yeah.
I'm just pinged him right now. I'm going to have him share his slides.
I see in there. Okay. So we have Livingston. Okay, so next we have Tony Milligan, and he is going to follow this up with a conversation about why are Shingon Buddhists launching a temple satellite, which should be very interesting. And Tony is a research fellow in philosophy of and ethics at King's College London. His current research is focusing on China, and also he's doing work on Russia. He's doing a variety of different things related to Cosmological Visionaries project. And he's done all kinds of, again, different stuff. This is the common theme that we have with the folks here. And so I will turn this over to Tony, and hopefully he will have his screen working. It looks good. So off you go.
Excellent. How's my volume? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay, right. Why are Shingon Buddhists launching a temple satellite? Oh, and someone should give me warning if I'm speaking too fast or too Scottish, because both of these things might in fact occur, right? So here's a quote to begin with that I've always thought about in terms of the idea of relationship between Earth and space, not simply within Buddhist thought, but within a whole series of cosmologies which are rooted in certainly pre-modern and deep historical traditions, whether those traditions are indigenous traditions or those are the traditions of Buddhism. And it's a quote from Ryokan. Well, it's one of his poems. I don't know whether this one's in Chinese or in Japanese. If someone asks me my abode, I reply, the east edge of the Milky Way. That's a rough translation from someone. He wouldn't refer to it as the Milky Way. That's much more of a Western way of speaking. It would be the heavenly river, I suppose, would be a closer translation to that. So the notion that Ryokan, who spends a lot of his life not in any temple, but in a hut in the wilds, hillsides, lots of time to look up at the sky, lots of time to contemplate the stars, consider himself in some sense figuratively as an occupant of the eastern edge of the Milky Way. Now, this involves what I would refer to as an attitude towards the stars. That's a vaguely Wittgensteinian formulation of things. And it captures a number of things, that it's non-inferential, it's about a way of relating. But the relationship is not just intellectual. It's not as if Ryokan is filling out a form and he says, well, how do I classify my nationality in this particular context? How do I classify my belonging? Rather, it's just a way of, as it were, seeing himself. At least that's the impression that he is trying to give. So it's not a purely intellectual relation. It's a way of seeing, it's a way of being. It's embedded within a practice. And this is also a normal cosmology in the sense that over the last couple of 100 years, our connection to the stars, to celestial objects, and to space has shifted quite a deal. We have reached a point where a sense of strong separation has emerged, a sense of the enclosure of the Earth, a sense that everything beyond Earth is somehow in quite radical ways disconnected from us. And that's historically atypical for humans. Our first theories were, in a sense, theories of astronomy, theories about the stars. And it's something that you don't find even in the debates around Copernican astronomy. Everyone there is quite clear about that kind of connection. You don't find it in Dante, for example, who at the end of Purgatory, he's climbed this hill, Mount Purgatory, and I think the closing line is that he finds himself ready to leap up into the stars. So there's not a strong sense of disconnection there. So when Ryokan says this, that he's a occupant, he is someone who lives on the east edge of the Milky Way, this is actually a normal pre-modern cosmology. Again, the picture behind me here is actually a layout of stones in the shape of the Big Dipper, the plough from Tofukuji, a Rinzai temple, not a Shingon temple, and it's in the shape of the Big Dipper for reasons that go back for a very long way to the origins of aspects of Buddhist cosmology in China, in Taoist thought, which particularly revolves around the Big Dipper, around the plough, and around the idea of nothingness, because at the time when Taoism was kicking around and starting to get its ideas set out, the pole star was out of position, so what you had was the night sky would revolve around an empty space, with the closest celestial objects cluster being the Big Dipper, and that's how we would find celestial north, which was tremendously important for a whole number of different reasons. And here we find Big Dipper, and that's very strong within Asian astronomy, cultural astronomy in general. Okay, so this attitude towards the stars contrasts in some respects with what we're finding is making its way into some of the discussions about Indigenous groups, particularly in North America. To some extent, the discourse is present in Europe as well, and it constitutes a form of skepticism about human activities in space. And it's a skepticism which is linked to not only generalized forms of skepticism about human activity in space, but also to particular projects. In the background, you'll see the Peregrine lander, and we all know about the big argument that there was when NASA decided to go ahead with a launch in January. Peregrine lander had small amounts of human materials, which was going to be deployed, not crashed into the regolith, not buried in the lunar regolith, but they were taking small amounts of human remains to the lunar surface. And there was a Navajo complaint about that, and the Twitter sphere went a bit crazy, and all sorts of people posting on Facebook and so on about how disrespectful it was to Indigenous traditions. So we've got something of a divergence going on here between two sets of traditions, both of which have, as it were, historically normal cosmologies, in the sense of a strong sense of connection between sky and ground. So while we find that the emphasis upon that within some kinds of Buddhist discourses have led to a great deal of sympathy for projects, human projects in space, we're finding the emergence of a more sceptical discourse among Indigenous peoples, or more specifically among those who want to ally themselves with Indigenous peoples. I would say that you have a normal range, a normal distribution of attitudes within Indigenous peoples about space. It's not one particular viewpoint, but there's certainly a push, particularly on what you might call the left, to try and bring Indigenous groups into anti-capitalist discourse and to associate anti-capitalist discourse, particularly in populist forms of such discourse, with the idea of indigeneity, feeding on from that, not only to the notion that there's some kind of disrespect of Indigenous peoples that's involved, but also to the notion that our relationship to the earth ought to be thought of as one of indigeneity, with indigeneity conceived of in really very static terms which seem to conflict with any kind of movement. And the feeding in of that kind of skepticism, or the skepticism that's associated with, is set to be a persistent problem. And I would anticipate the genuine possibility that we're going to see a lot more protests at accessible sites related to space, not only launch sites, which can be a bit less accessible, but also observation sites as well. The classic case being Mauna Kea here, a picture of a protest at Mauna Kea. Now, why is there this divergence? Assuming that there is, assuming that I'm not just getting this wrong, which I could be. So why is this divergence? Well, I think partly it's to do with the Euro-American criticism of space activity tending to frame indigeneity in terms of ecology rather than cosmology. So there's a tendency to take up and use the bits of Indigenous traditions that happen to be politically convenient, and those are traditions of respect for the earth and so on, rather than the cosmology that gets pushed into the background, or is treated really as an attitude towards the earth and not truly a cosmology in the fullest possible sense. I think it's also the case that you have something in places like North America and in parts of Europe, really everywhere, that Western space programs are active. You have these ground level conflicts about positioning and the placement of sites and so on. And there are people working on that, trying to improve things and make sure that we don't end up with another foul up of the sort that happened at Mauna Kea, where indigenous attitudes certainly weren't properly respected. So with the next generation telescope, there are people working on ethics of placement and trying to establish dialogue and so on, make sure that kind of situation doesn't arise again. But we do have a lot of ground level tensions. You've got those in French Guiana with the ESA launch site. You've got those to some degree even with the Sami near to the S range, the S range site in Sweden, where there are these sort of bunkers and a kind of siren goes off, and anyone nearby has to hide in them. But rather than the S range being planted down in what you might call uninhabited territory, it's planted down in historic areas for Sami reindeer migration and herding, and you get the usual complaints that it scares the reindeer and so on. But there's a lot of low-level conflicts on the ground, which aren't automatically forms of space skepticism, but they can push in that direction, or they can be pushed in that direction by people who have a space skeptical agenda. And Buddhism's very different from this, because we haven't seen the same kinds of ground level conflicts. It's inconvenient for people in North America who like to focus upon the North American indigenous groups. And there's also a perception of Buddhism as politically quietist, or even more stronger than that, somewhat conservative, or even state aligned. And one can think of that as a historical perception of Buddhism, or at least certain forms of Buddhism, which has been there at least since the middle of the 19th century. So the Meiji Restoration was accompanied by a lot of attacks upon Buddhism. There was a close alignment between the major Buddhist traditions in Japan and the Japanese state during the Second World War, and a lot of soul searching afterwards to try and come to terms with what has gone on. And that attitude towards Buddhism we find again in a phenomenon known as critical Buddhism, which emerged in the 1980s. It kind of petered out and didn't go anywhere. And part of the idea that they attacked was a Hongaku, the idea of original enlightenment, that somehow enlightenment is already here. And the idea there is that, well, if we already have enlightenment here, then why do we need to engage in political protest? Why do we need to change the world? Or things of that sort. So there are reasons for the divergence. I probably need to move a little bit faster. So against that background of divergence, we have this unusual initiative coming from Daigoji Temple in Kyoto, or strictly speaking, it's out in Fukushima. It's not a long journey from the center of Kyoto, but you move out in towards the hills, and that is the proposal to put a temple satellite up in space. And this is a cooperation that's emerged round about 2020 and became quite a cause célèbre in 2021, a cooperation between the Daigoji Temple and TerraSpace, which is a space satellite company in the area of Kyoto. And here we have the leading figures that are involved in the discussions here. Here's the actual sat itself, with all of the little cells on it. And I can't give you a picture of a better picture of it, or I can't give you a picture of the twin because you're not allowed to photograph it when you go to the temple. And here's Shingon, a Shingon service. This is notionally meant to be the kind of service that's associated with the satellite, but we'll take that with a pinch of salt. And you'll notice that you don't have those characteristically Japanese black robes. So Shingon's very traditionalist. It's associated with Vajrayana traditions. You can see the lineal connections to India and to China. There's lots of chanting. There's lots of vajras, you know, these symbolic weapons with little spiky bits at the end, and lots of mandalas and things of that sort. So if you didn't know any better and just did a picture of a Shingon service, you wouldn't necessarily know that these were Buddhists who were located in Japan. Okay, so how the thing works is you send a certain amount of money online and you will get prayers said for someone who has died. So it's a commemorative temple that's being sent up. That's the primary function of it. And the thought here is that in the past, it was easy to gather lots of people together for commemoration of those who had passed on. But this is becoming increasingly difficult as people are spreading out more across Japan and elsewhere. So how do you mark those important milestones since someone's departure, and how do you mark their death itself? And that system, because one's born into Shinto, but one dies Buddhist, because Buddhism does the commemorative ceremonies in Japan typically. Because that's so linked into the funding of the temples through the Danka system. The Danka system's in a bit of a chaos here. So the thought is, well, how do we replace that? And there's this bright idea, bit of a gimmick, and the idea is, well, we send up this temple satellite, we have people write into us, we have people fill out the forms, we have people do this online, and they can follow the movement of the satellite. It'll pass overhead roughly every 90 minutes, and they can track it on an app as well. Nobody's going to get rich through this. It costs about £65 if you want a little commemorative fold out thing, and sorry, $65, and 32 if you just want the prayers. So in terms of the cash, it's not going to be, nobody's getting rich over this, but it could plug up some significant gaps. Here's in the background there, you will see the little form that you fill out if you're at the temple in order to do this. Now, the head priest of the temple, which is Juna Nakada, was on a SOAS University of London discussion last year that I was on, and Dan Capper, who's the main person who's written about Buddhism in space, Dan was on that as well. And the core concern immediately emerged that, well, wasn't this really a case of contributing to the junk in space? Actually, Dan put this forward, and I thought Dan's formulation was really neat. So I asked Dan, could I use this in future to represent a particular kind of position? So here's Dan. And Dan does the usual stuff and says he's very respectful and respectfully speaking, I'm not hostile. I believe in the tradition and so on. Satellite electronics last only 5 years in the radiation of space before they die. And so the satellite then becomes space junk. Hence your idea involves adding to the garbage that we already have in space. which currently is a massive environmental problem. So it's approached environmentally here. If one takes the worry about space junk in relation to the Daigoji Space Temple, I won't use its convoluted Japanese name. If you take that objection in its most straightforward version, it's probably not going to work, because not only do the electronics burn up after 5 years, but after a further 5 years, the satellite will begin to deorbit. It's built for transients, so it's only going to be up there for a relatively short period of time. There's not any long-term contribution to an emerging problem of space junk. But you can formulate the same concern in a little bit more cautious terms. This is Daigo-ji in the background, by the way. One way would be to say, well, it contributes to a bad practice. You know, if we can do things in a different way, then don't send the temple up into space. Why can't we, say, have commemoration over the net? Why can't we join people together in that way? Is there any real need to put anything in space? And that's a plausible sort of move, contribution to bad practice. You should be engaging in good practice even when it doesn't pay off. That's basic Buddhist, page 1, paragraph 1. A second objection would be, okay, there's nothing really inherently wrong with doing this. It's just a bad time for doing it, because we're trying to draw attention to the problem of space junk. We're trying to highlight it, and this doesn't help in this particular context, in the particular juncture that we're at the moment. And again, it's a plausible kind of move that you can run an argument along these lines, and it will look sane, and it might work, and it might end up being a sound argument, depending upon how it rolls out. And there's a third one, which is that empty space itself is to be valued. And here I throw this in to draw attention to a more specifically a Japanese Buddhist and also Japanese philosophical way of thinking about things, in which nothingness and empty space itself has a certain kind of significance. It's a sort of adage that in the Western philosophical tradition we think about being, and we run our ethics based upon a conception of being. But within Buddhism and in Japanese ethics, and the ethics of the Kyoto school in particular, we run the ethics off of a background understanding about nothingness. So just as we might be concerned with the removal of massive amounts of the main asteroid belt, so that a portion of nearby space is radically transformed by asteroid mining, just as we might be concerned about that in the transformation space, we might be concerned with the transformation and the failure to respect empty space, where the concern is the converse. Rather than taking something away with extensive mining of the asteroid belt, it would be putting something into the empty space, something that should not be there, something that does not belong. Okay, so is it a gimmick? Dan says it's a gimmick. Yes, he's right. It is a gimmick. Nobody else is putting temple sats in space, and it kind of gives Shingon people an opportunity to show a certain kind of largesse to others, to Shinto temples, and to other lineage groups of Buddhists. They've offered the possibility of it being used by them as well. They can send little signals up and have them download the information in pictures and so on from the satellite itself. So is it a gimmick? Yes, it's a gimmick. It's absolutely a gimmick. Shingon has survived for the last 1,000 years through a succession of crises and difficulties, partly because of its extreme traditionalism, through the use of the series of gimmicks, among other things, and devotion as well. But I don't think it's just a gimmick. So I'm going to put a sort of wrinkle onto that position and say that there's something much more to it than that. And I'm going to make two moves. And the first one is a kind of softening up move. So I don't care too much if this argument doesn't work. It's just to put certain things in place that might help you to appreciate what I'm trying to do with the main argument, which is an appeal to ritual practice within Shingon, as a way to stress that continuity between sky and ground, between what happens on Earth and what goes on in space. Okay, so the softening up argument is that, well, if you think about this problem in the terms of, say, Kyoto School ethics, then you're going to immediately think about, well, let's not just think about space, let's think about the physical place that this is being, that this is associated with, Daigoji Temple. And if you go to Daigoji, it's a bit of a slog if you don't get the community bus even to get there, because you're out in the hills, you're going uphill. When I was there, my sat nav told me to sort of zigzag because a straight path would just be too difficult for me to do. Then you get into the temple and it gets a tougher slope as you go in, and it's separated into two areas. You get to the upper area and the slope becomes really quite difficult. So if you want to envisage that, then think about Fushimi and the hills out in that territory as a whole. And some of you might know the Fushimi Inari shrine with all of the tunnels of red vermilion torii gates, and you know that's a challenge to tourists to make their way through all of that. So there's a continuous experience of ascent, of climbing, of moving upwards. I was thinking when I was there about Dante's Purgatory and that process of ascent, and Dante being ready to leap up to the stars at the end of it. Of course, it's the temple sat is not there in response to a thought about Dante, but ascent is a natural process within Shingon, and it's a symbolic process as well. Okay, so here's the main argument. So that softening up argument is about the physicality of place, and the sense that well, the next logical step, once you've gone to the highest point at Daigoji, would be up the hill and then continue on upwards. But again, it's a soft argument. So the main argument, which I'll execute quickly because I realise that time is moving on, is that one of the core practices not carried out by everyone who's a Shingon monk. This is one that requires qualifications and a great deal of training and practice, is the morning star ritual, where you're meant to recite 1,000,000. Strictly speaking, it's 1,000,000 and something chants of a particular mantra, the morning star mantra, which is associated with the planet Venus, and it's chosen in part for reasons to do with the textual tradition of Shingon. The founding figure of Shingon in Japan is Kukai Kobayashi, and the great teacher, and he was alleged to have had this encounter with the god of wisdom who extends across the universe, and had that encounter in the form of the planet Venus. So Kokuzu Busatsu, you'll see in the background, British Museum says that's the moon. I think it might possibly be Venus. I don't know how they're figuring this out. The form of the ritual is that the monk goes to an isolated hut, and there are about 5 or 6 of these still left in some Shingon temples, including the main temple. It should have an unrestricted view on three sides, especially to the north. You may have a viewing window, and you will have an altar beneath it, and you will have a picture of Kokuzu Busatsu, which is covered over. You meditate while you're reciting the mantra. You meditate upon the planet Venus, and if you do it with earnestness, then then he will appear. He will come to the altar, but he will come in the form of Venus. So there's a physical instantiation, which is supposed to take place. Okay, and this is normal. There's movement from above to below. There's movement from the skies down to earth. And I should say very, very quickly, even though I'm sort of running out of time here, and I realize that it's specifically this Buddha, because he represents a couple of things, not just wisdom, but universal wisdom. The wisdom that's embedded in the universe as a whole, as a completely connected entity. So in a certain sense, one is generating movement, but one is not going anywhere at all, because as part of the universe, one already has that connection. All the wisdom is already here. It's just a matter of realizing that it's already with us, and then coming to that recognition and acting upon it. So I think I'm running out of time if we're going to have some questions, and I think it's quite important to have some of the questions. Okay, so here's a description of from 1955 by Taiko Yamazaki, who has a account of Shingon, which is actually a melding together of two of his Japanese texts, and he completed the Morning Star ritual in 1955. It's quite a demanding one because you have to do a lot of mantras, and it lasts for a reasonable length of time. So it's very demanding. Coming out of meditation and leaving the practice hall, the sense of the vastness of the universe would remain, as though I were seeing the world for the first time. The trees were no longer separate from myself, but seemed a part of me, as though we were a single being, a realization that nothing in nature is unrelated to the self. At night, after finishing the day's sitting, I would go up to the mountaintop and meditate in the open, feeling the stars in the late autumn sky surrounding me on all sides, as though I were hanging in space. And this seems to be a fairly typical impression of what one gets from the Morning Star ritual. So one sees that continuity. Of course, movement between there, connection between sky and ground, between earth and space is exceptionally strong. One doesn't have that self-enclosure sense of the earth. One doesn't have that, what Dan Kappa refers to as an over-separation, which has emerged over the last couple of centuries. Always end with a dog. So no, I'll leave that as cryptic. I'll maybe feed the dog in during the discussion later on. So conclusions. Yes, things are just as they seem to be. There is something of a gimmick going on here, and reasonable concern for Shingon's future is shaping the decision to set up this arrangement and have the temple sat launched. And that looks all the stronger when we reflect upon Shingon's outer traditionalism. Secondly, there is also strong continuity in the whole temple sat project, continuity of attitude and of practice, not just intellectual continuity, but continuity of having a sense of a relationship with the stars, a relationship with what goes beyond the bounds of the earth. And thirdly, this involves a historically normal attitude of connection between sky and ground. I worry a bit more. I worry not so much about Shingon and what it's doing. I worry about the impact of space skepticism upon indigenous peoples, and whether that they might indeed be eroding the historically normal attitude of connection between sky and ground. Okay, I'll stop there, and I'll try and get back to the dog if there's enough chance.
So Tony, I would just like to begin with a quick question related to you touched on the issue of the Danka. or for people who don't know, that the parish system that operates around Japanese
Yeah,
temples.
yeah.
But I think I like the way that you presented this in terms of it's a gimmick, but it's not a gimmick.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that's important to underscore here is the peril that Japanese temples are in right now. The
Yeah.
population of Japan is collapsing, and temples are collapsing with the population of Japan, to the point that it's not clear that many temples that have been in existence for 1,000 years are going to continue on. In the place where I do my field work in northern Japan, just this year, there's a festival called the Festival of Naked Men that happens in the winter. They happen in different parts of Japan.
Yeah.
And hey, well, I will tell you a story. My wife and I went to this once, and as we're walking in, my wife says, I wonder if they're really naked, just as a guy walks in front of us, and she goes, oh my. So, but the thing is, they canceled it. It's gone. After 1,000 years, they don't have anyone to run it. They can't do it. And so on the one hand, it's a gimmick, but on the other hand, it's just imperative that Buddhist temples come up with new ways to connect with people and to connect with younger people, or else they just aren't going to exist. Because in addition to the population problems, younger Japanese aren't very interested in Buddhism. In fact, Buddhism has kind of a negative image for a lot of Japanese. So I just wonder if you could comment a little bit on that.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. That there's the situation of I would use the word crisis for Japanese Buddhism. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of temples are not going to come out of this as anything other than just taken over for tourist purposes, and a lot of the smaller temples are going to close. And it's not like, it's not like the big cathedrals of Europe. You're talking about you walk around the street corner and there's something there. There could be a temple round the corner. There'll be a shrine here that's maintained, a temple there, and it's all mixed in with ordinary urban living spaces as well. So that's it's transform and change or die out as far as Japanese Buddhism. A lot of Japanese Buddhist temples go. And of course, tourism makes a difference as well, because the interest gets skewed. Tourist agencies like half a dozen places that they can really focus upon. Everything else goes to can just be neglected. So when you go to some of the really great historic temples like Kenenji, I mean, I'm very interested in Soto Zen, and this is a pivotal location for a great historical meeting where Dogen and Eijo meet for the first time at Kenenji, and you go there and it's not really on the tourist map at all. You can sort of stumble upon it, but it's not normal. So yes, a gimmick, and that's how you survive in advertising. You've got to have a unique selling point, as it were, and Daigoji have found a unique selling point. So I just say kudos to them. Can this work? It's possible. It would be surprising that the first attempt to connect would be successful, especially against that background of some negative perceptions of Buddhism. I mean, it's fine for me because I'm a philosopher, and when I look at Japanese philosophy and I look at the Kyoto school, there's like it really is that merger of Western intellectual traditions and Buddhism. But everyone isn't a Kyoto school philosopher, and it does have those there are those negative background ideas about Buddhism for a variety of different reasons. So an idea which has been around since the late 19th century, at least, that there's something soulless about Western technologies, but also something wonderful, something life enhancing about these technologies. But we need to have something like the sensibilities of Buddhist traditions. That works probably more with Zen than with Shingon. That's always sustained a sense that that Buddhism somehow is more technologically friendly than some of the religious traditions that people are familiar with in the West, and that continues on. To some extent, it's Orientalist, but that can generate forms of insight as well. But while that idea of Japanese Buddhism and Zen is still sustained in the West, inside Japan itself, there is that state of crisis, and yeah, difficulties connecting up with aging populations, difficult connecting up with a younger generation, difficult finding pathways between Buddhist traditions and the emerging technologies, which are everywhere.
Other questions? Yeah, hi, this is Ryan Faith. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Okay. I got my little muffin thing. Yeah, so I was thinking, your comment brought to mind Carl Mitchum and thinking through technology. And, you know, one of the things that he gets at in that is that you've got this definitely towards this trend towards alienation, right? But the sort of the synthesis in the long run is that you have technology as a way of accessing the sublime.
Yeah.
And you know, this is sort of a fascinating because this is a very distinct, deliberate example in that direction. And what I was wondering about is that when this plays into the larger debate about, you know, how do indigenous communities interact with space? Is it a question of how they interact with space, or how it is that we collectively use technology to either alienate or to engage the sublime?
Yeah. Oh, so the 10-word question would be,
is maybe the reason that maybe the problem is that that this and the sort of the cremains issue bring up isn't an issue of how we access space, but an issue of how we're using technology.
Right. Yeah. It's probably both. It's probably both. It certainly generalizes beyond a concern with space itself, Ryan. So that's, I think you're right about you're right about that. So what would that mean? Well, I suppose the worry here is that you have these traditions that want to engage with technology, that don't have a kind of technophobia about them, but they come up with something that's a good gimmick and it generates some funds and it's very nice and it works, and it brings consolation to a lot of people as well, in that ongoing sense of the continuing presence or continuing connection to loved ones who have been lost. But at the same time, if the traditions can only come up with gimmicks rather than some deeper connection to emerging technologies, then that suggests problems on the horizon. So gimmicks are okay for a while, and they're fine, and I don't have a problem with them at all. I think they're a good first. They can be a good first step. But if the gimmick side of it is all you've really got at the end of the day, then you're in trouble. And that might be this. I'm just thinking freely here. That might, in the longer run, be more of a problem for Shingon than it will be for, say, Soto and Rinzai, where you have that less of the heavy traditionalism that you find with the the Shingon the Shingon tradition. Maybe that's just guesswork that I'm engaging in. Yeah, let's say it's guesswork. Maybe everybody has problems, but it's very difficult to envisage how you get that connection to technology. Maybe you can think in terms of the ways in which AI programming happens when you want say AI to enter into the uncanny valley, and you want it to be more human-like. And so maybe we look to say Buddhist psychology to learn something about the incoherence and the lack of consistency and the all over the place aspect of what humans are like, and say that's our model for what we want AI to be like when it enters into the uncanny valley where it gets kind of close to humans. You could see a stronger, deeper connection to technologies emerging than the space sat. But I love the space sat. I love the idea of it, and I say, yeah, yes to gimmicks.
All right, I think that brings us to the end of this segment. So thank you again, Tony, very much. And we will take a 15-minute break.
Some version of it talk about long-term a lot, because you read that Singer article that for the utilitarians is like the essence, right? The fact that utilitarians in the Singer article where he says you should give away all your money to people in need. It's only good moral philosophy, right? Yeah. That comes from there. Like Pascal and stuff, they loved it all. And all of this. It would be nice to see the connections like Bostrom say, Bostrom implemented Pascal, and then, like Elon Musk, etc. It's the lineage, right? Like, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Rick. Are you there? Will you hang with me for a minute just to make sure I know how to do share screen? Okay.
What platform are you using? Zoom. So, okay.
Yeah. And so I have this, and we're at time.
Huh?
We're at time. Okay. I'm waiting to be introduced.
Okay.
You're gonna be introduced. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good, okay. So, all right, we're going to restart here. And so to begin our last segment for today, we're very fortunate to have Linda Billings, who is a research professor at George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs in DC, and also has done a great deal of consulting with NASA. She's involved in the astrobiology program at NASA, and again has a long list of things that I won't go into in great length here, but she does have her PhD from Indiana University, which is where my daughter is about to start school. So that's cool. And so today Linda is going to talk to us about, does NASA know what's good for the world? And we already know the answer is no, but but I will turn it over to Linda.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see if I can share my. Yeah, there we go. Yes, and absolutely, John, you're right. NASA does not know what's good for the world, but this is sort of the American attitude that the USA knows what's good for the world, and it's causing us, as we advance into the future, more and more problems because we don't. And it's very interesting to me because when Bill Clinton was president, I felt like he had an idea that we needed to be part of a global network and not be the boss. But since he's gone, we've gone back to the US needs to be the boss, particularly in space exploration. Let's see. This freaked me out. This is, as you all know, I'm sure, about the Artemis program, which is going to cost us $30 billion before anybody gets on the moon. The NASA Inspector General said from 2012 to 2025, the Artemis program is going to spend $30 billion. So that's crazy. So we are focused on sending Americans back to the moon, establishing a permanent presence there, and eventually sending people to Mars, which I think is nuts. I'm probably the only person I know in the space community who thinks we should not be going beyond low Earth orbit. But so this is a quote from a 2023 document from NASA entitled NASA's Moon to Mars Strategy and Objectives Development. Creating a blueprint for sustained human presence and exploration throughout the solar system provides a value proposition for humanity that is rooted across three pillars: science, inspiration, and national posture. Each pillar contains both unique and intersecting stakeholder values that together form the value proposition for the blueprint vision, starting with the Moon to Mars endeavor. While different individuals identify with different values, it's NASA's responsibility as a steward of taxpayer dollars to consider the entire landscape of motivation factors that underscore our society's answer to why go. And my question is, what the heck does that mean? It means nothing to me. And my concern in the work I've done over the past several years is how this ideology, its political ideology and its religious ideology, is deeply embedded
in the rationale for sending humans. And I'm concerned more with human exploration and exploitation more than science. Science is different. Excuse me. Oh dear, excuse me. Dealing with COVID. There you go. So Jack has asked us to all provide our own definitions of ideology. And I actually liked the Oxford Languages definition, which is quite simply, and I added a few words of my own. The ideology, the belief system that is driving U.S. human space exploration efforts is an amalgamation of old belief systems, primarily the Puritan Christian belief in manifest destiny and the Christian belief in the necessity of progress. And my concern is, after 40 years of working in the space community, I don't know how policy is made. I don't know who makes policy. You know, I'm always on the outside looking in. And when I look in, I don't see a lot of who's making decisions. And I really liked this definition from who knew there was such thing as a political neurologist, but she's a political neurologist and psychologist. Leors Migrod wrote in 2022 that ideological thinking can be described as a style of thinking that is rigid in its adherence to a doctrine and resistance to evidence-based belief updating, and favorably oriented toward an in-group and antagonistic to out-groups. Ideological thinking is therefore not purely dogmatism or simply intergroup attitudes, but a phenomenon that intertwines both. And what I really appreciate about all the work that you all are doing is that we're pushing back against this rigid way of thinking. And I don't know, I hope we have some effect. I don't know, but I'm grateful that we're doing this work. And probably all of you pretty much know this history, but I want to review it. The 15th century papal Catholic Church doctrine of discovery, which basically said to the Spanish and the Portuguese and whoever was Catholic in Europe, you can go forth, you can conquer, you can convert the heathens, or if you can't convert them, enslave them or kill them, and take the land, take the resources. And this doctrine, most of you probably know this, was not repudiated until last year, 2023. And that was due to pressure from indigenous groups all over the world. So this is very, very disturbing to me. And then most of us who went to school in the US of A learned a little bit about the American political doctrine, 19th century, of manifest destiny, but it goes much deeper than that, much deeper than that. So in the 17th century, when the Puritans came to North America, they brought this Christian doctrine of manifest destiny, that God gave them the right to go wherever they wanted and do whatever they wanted. And they were trying to bring Christianity to North America. And we saw what nightmares that caused. Yeah, very, very, very disturbing. And then again, in the 19th century, we all know about John Sullivan and the US doctrine of manifest destiny, which justified, it was Christian. We have the right to do this. God gave us the right to do this. And we're going to go west and we're going to take everything over, and anybody in our way, we're going to get rid of them. And we're going to take the resources that we need. And that became part of, again, an amalgamation of a US national mythology, with the frontier metaphor, that the frontier is something that we have a right to conquer, and the ideology of progress, that progress is good. I have issues with that. And that is, if you look into the history, that also comes from Christian thinking. And then this whole idea of American exceptionalism. And we're not the only nation that considers itself exceptional, but we still are really hanging on to this idea that Americans, America, US of A, whatever you want to call it, is exceptional and better. You know, we're better because we're exceptional. And I mostly, the work that I've been doing is looking at the rhetoric of space exploration, because again, I don't have access to the mechanisms of policymaking. But this was an interview that Bill Nelson did with Larry Sabato, who's a political scientist, 2021. Space exploration is fulfilling the destiny of the American character. We've always been explorers and adventurers. And I have heard this rhetoric over and over again over successive NASA administrations and White House administrations. It really hasn't changed in the 40 years that I've been watching. And of course, Vice President Mike Pence in 2019 to the National Space Council, wherever the US sends its astronauts, there's God's hand will guide us and his right hand will hold us fast. That's scary to me. And I'm sure you all know that destiny is a religious belief, the humanistic belief, and I identify as a humanist. I should let you know I'm a progressive Democrat and a humanist. That's how I identify. So you've probably figured that out already. The humanistic belief is that we are all responsible for our actions, not depending on some deity to determine how we act and live. And so I feel like the decision makers who are crafting our way into space are not really thinking about how we're responsible for our actions. There's this feeling that, you know, there's some hand guiding us into space, which is definitely not true. And so a little more about now, so I talked a little bit about the ideology of exploration and exploitation, which we have several hundred years of that history. But this is a slide on the ideology of space exploration and exploitation. And again, and I've written quite a bit about this, that whole frontier metaphor, excuse me, the ideology of progress and the belief in American exceptionalism has been prevalent in U.S. government space policy rhetoric, as well as the rhetoric of U.S. advocacy groups. And the advocacy groups really amplify this rhetoric. We have the National Space Society, we have the Planetary Society, isn't too bad. We have the American Astronautical Society, we have the American Aerospace Industries Association. We have a lot of influential outside advocacy groups for space exploration. And since human exploration is the big ticket item, most of these groups focus on promoting human exploration. And again, the ideology of space exploration, this whole idea of continual progress, free enterprise, which is very libertarian, rugged individualism, very libertarian, and a right to life without limits, very libertarian. So I have a chapter in this book, Reclaiming Space, on a critique of the neoliberal ideology of space exploration. I think it's very dangerous. Okay, and I'm repeating Bill Nelson. This human spaceflight ideology rests on a number of assumptions or beliefs about the role of the U.S. in the global community. We think we're the boss, we think we're number one, and we don't want to give it up. American national character, this frontier pioneering, we have to be in the front, and the right form of political economy. And according to this ideology, the US of A must remain number one. And we've heard this, we hear it in the news, we hear it from decision makers. We have to be the political, economic, scientific, technological, and moral leader. And I call this way of thinking space fundamentalism. It's an exclusive belief system that rejects as unenlightened those who do not advocate the unrestrained development, exploitation, and colonization of space. And I just want to read from Reclaiming Space, the beginning of a chapter by Ingrid LaFleur, who's an Afrofuturist. And the introduction to her chapter is very moving to me. We are at a crossroads. Humans have entered space without healing themselves here on Earth. These humans are carrying trauma that informs their perspective and ultimately their actions, which are affecting the rhythm of the universe. Probably most disturbing is that our space exploration is being planned and carried out by white, cis, heterosexual presenting wealthy men who seem to be borrowing from the colonial playbook. And I just thought that was just this idea of how we're going out into space, carrying the messes we've created here into space. I found it very moving. Let's see, where am I? This is some more NASA rhetoric from Bill Nelson. I don't need to read these words, but this is, I have seen no change in the rhetoric from the White House or from NASA about human exploration. Again, America has always had a frontier. Well, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And a frontier is a construction. When I was at the Astrobiology Science Conference last week, we had a plenary session with a leader of the Narragansett tribe who talked about how we are still engaged in a more than 200-year genocide of indigenous people in the United States. And I really can't disagree with that assessment. But even though, okay, there are no people on the moon, there are no people on Mars, but they are environments. They are environments that I believe need to be protected and not exploited. But I'm in the minority, obviously, in the space community, thinking that way. Oop. There we go. And so the Mars Society, I think the Mars Society's rhetoric is really scary. It's this whole idea that if humans leave this planet and create colonies on other planetary bodies, humans will be different. Why? Why? Why will we be different? We haven't been different for 4,000, 5,000 years. And again, will this new civilization be Christian? Will it be religious? Will it be multi-denominational? Will it be religion-free? What value system will be dominant? Personally, I think that colonies on other planets are far further in the future than the advocates say they will be. But I don't think we are ready. I don't think human beings are ready to leave this planet because we're really messed up right here. And we need to fix those problems before we go elsewhere. And I do not buy the story that we need to populate the solar system with humans because Earth is going to die. Well, if Earth is going to die, it's because of us. And what about all the other species on planet Earth? What about them? Again, this is this way of thinking about human superiority. We think we are more valuable than all the other species on the planet. We're not. We all coexist. And anyway, I don't want to get too far off the track there because I could talk about that forever. Excuse me. Mhm. Sorry. So, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, his wife Kelly Johnson, self-described Christian counselor. And you've heard a lot of this rhetoric from other politicians that the US of A is or should be a Christian nation. I do not agree with that at all. I identify, as I said, a humanist. I belong to a Unitarian Universalist church. I have no issues with Christianity or Islam or Judaism. I just don't want anybody to shove that stuff in my face. And I don't think it should be influencing politics and policy, but that's my 5 cents worth or 10 cents worth. In the pulpit, Kelly Johnson declared that biblical Christianity, a literal reading of the Bible, is the only valid world view. I find this disturbing and to some extent terrifying, depending on who's in power, because that's just, it's crazy. And I know that the Interplanetary Initiative has talked with MJ Rubenstein. Her book is wonderful, and she digs way deeper than I've been able to do into the religious roots of space exploration. And I really appreciated that she pointed out, which I did not know until I read her book, that Wernher von Braun, the former Nazi rocket scientist, we all know that, as he undertook denazification on American soil in Alabama, he became a born-again Christian and began to insist it was God's will that America conquer space for Christ. It's just terrifying to me. Just as billionaire spacemen cloud their fiscal motivations with ideological fog machines, so do politicians and scientists at the other corners of the space program. She's right on the mark. Right on the mark. And I found this interesting group through my UU church, the Interfaith Alliance, which is concerned about what's going on right now, Christian nationalism. It's a cultural framework that conflates American identity with an exclusive form of religious identity, rooted in the myth that we were founded as a Christian nation and therefore enjoy special favor by God. Supporters seek a fusion of religious and social life to the detriment of both. Christian nationalism incorporates anti-democratic notions of white supremacy, nativism, patriarchy, and authoritarianism, which is really scary. And again, I do not know after 40 years who is involved in space policy making. You know, we get little glimmers of it on the outside. But what is the thinking that goes into policy making for the human exploration of space? How much is this Christian thinking embedded? And I think it is embedded in policy making, that we are superior, we are God-given. And again, I'm sorry to say I can't provide a lot of evidence for what's going on. I like the work of Robert P. Jones. I hope some of you know about him. President and founder of the Public Religion Research Institute. And I think he's been doing some really good work about, you know, the dangerous flavor of Christianity that we're dealing with in the United States right now. And I can only speak to the United States because I'm English only. I don't speak any other languages, and I have not done any research on what's going on with Christianity in other countries. Yes, Christians slaughtered indigenous people. Oop, sorry, went too far ahead. Of North America, and that history, I'm sure you all are very aware of, maybe more so than I am. It's deeply, deeply concerning. Christians enslaved Black Africans. And again, because Christianity is the only way, like Mike Johnson and his wife, the only legitimate worldview. And if you can't accept it, we'll enslave you or we'll kill you. Yeah. Christians convinced themselves that non-Christians were subhuman. What a terrible, terrible way of thinking. Christians believe that humankind is special. And again, what makes humans more special than insects or birds or lizards or elephants or dogs or cats? My fondness for dogs and cats. What makes us more special than all the other species on Earth? And probably some of you have seen in recent news some discussion from the scientific community about sentience in non-human animals. And having observed non-human animals for decades, I'm convinced that there's a lot of sentience there. And so they are valuable, you know, they have intrinsic value. But anyway, I won't go off that track. And yes, as Robert P. Jones says, humans have damaged Earth, rendered it unlivable for many other species, and made it inhospitable for many humans who are suffering from the effects of human induced. And this is what drives me crazy when I hear, I'm not going to mention any names, but the Looney Tunes who say, you know, we need to save humanity by leaving the planet because it's dying. Well, who gets to go? Who gets to go? Who can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to Mars? And again, I don't think it's going to happen anytime in the foreseeable future. But it's a very scary way of thinking. And I'm really, really glad to find more and more scholars who are engaged in the critique that we are all engaged in about this ideology of the human exploration of space. And this is a sociologist I discovered online recently, Reed McKay. He's an Indigenous scholar. And he is absolutely right. We have to contend with the scientific, social, and intellectual legacies of colonialism, Western thought privilege, and global North dominance. Absolutely, absolutely. And this, with global North dominance, this is where Christianity comes into play. Because, you know, first we started with the Catholics in Europe, and then we had different flavors of Christianity, and the Puritans came to North America with their own flavor of Christianity. But the heart of the religious thinking is the same, that God put humans on Earth to do what they want and take what they want. And now we're extending that way of thinking into outer space, which I think is terribly dangerous. I really do. Yes, and I'm glad that Reed McKay noted the numbers of Indigenous scholars are increasing, as is consideration of Indigenous knowledge frameworks across the sciences. Although I will mention that some of you may know of an Indigenous activist named Dan Hawk. I was at a meeting in Washington last year, organized a workshop organized by NASA, actually, on Artemis, ethics, and society. And Dan Hawk gave a talk, and this was about, I can't remember the name of the company, that deposited human remains on the moon, and it was a commercial landing. And the indigenous community that Dan Hawk was affiliated with wrote to the NASA administrator and said, this is really sacrilegious. And they were not the only group who felt that it was sacrilegious to put human remains on the moon. The moon is sacred, as you all know, to a number of cultures around the world. And Dan got nothing. Crickets, no answer. And NASA made a public statement, well, this is a commercial mission and we had nothing to do with it, which I think is really lame. Excuse me. I like the thinking of this guy, Aldo Schiavone, professor of law. In the development of the American ideology of American preeminence in all spheres, faith in progress. And again, that idea of progress, like years ago in my master's program, I did a study of the history of the idea of progress. And it's very much Christian, that progress is necessary, that we have to keep moving forward, which in my humble opinion, has led us to this ridiculous obsession with development, greater. And if you read the news reports, did the economy grow? Did GDP grow? Are we growing? Is the US economy growing faster than the Chinese economy? It's just kind of crazy. The conviction that the history of the United States had to be a path inevitably oriented toward a linear increase in freedom, wealth, well-being, and power, projected beneficently onto the entire world. I think he's right on the mark. Yeah, I really appreciate the thinking of all these people and the thinking of all of you. And this is my short answer. How shall we proceed in space? Personally, I think I've already said, I don't think humans have any business leaving the planet, but I'm the only person I know in the space community who thinks that way. And I'm definitely the only person who contributed to this book, Reclaiming Space, who thinks that way. The other contributors to this book are trying to present a different way of proceeding into space, a different way for humans to proceed into space, more carefully, more thoughtfully, with concerns for ethical concerns. And I always think about how NASA has a chief scientist, a chief engineer, chief information officer, a chief whatever, and they don't have a chief ethicist. There's no concern about ethics at NASA. And it's not required by the NASA Act that they be concerned about ethics, but it's too bad that they're not. There's a few people in the Office of Science, Technology, Policy, and Strategy, I think it's called, which organized the workshop last year on Artemis ethics and society. So there are a few people at NASA who are concerned about these things. But my concern, again, after 40 years in the space community, I have no idea how policy is made. And I have no idea about whether and how the work that we're doing will filter up to the top levels where decisions are made. That's my major concern. We are not invited to testify at congressional hearings, which of course are basically public shows. And I think the real work is done behind closed doors. And I don't know if we have access to get behind those closed doors. I certainly don't. So I'm very concerned about, I think we all are basically on the same page about concerns about how we're proceeding, but how can we affect the trajectory of the human exploration of space. And so this is always my closing slide. How shall we proceed? Because my friends in the space community say, well, you think we should not do anything? And I said, well, I think, and there's a lot of controversy about the 1977 United Nations Outer Space Treaty and whether it is adequate to guide our future exploration. I happen to think yes. I think at the national level, we need regulations, we need guidelines, we need policies, we need regulations. My dear friend Eileen Galloway, who died at 103, she was the mother of space law and policy. That's her opinion, and we talked about it every Sunday afternoon for years. That we should not screw around with the treaty. There's a lot of people who say, oh, we need a new treaty, blah, 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 blah. No, we need regulations about commercial activity in space. There's a little bit of activity there, probably not enough. And we already have, I think, 3, maybe 4 nations, Japan, Luxembourg, US, and the UAE, have space mining laws in place, which I think is like way premature. But again, I will just end and leave you a little more time for questions and comments. That we humans, I mean, look at what's going on in the world. I don't even want to go there. Not ready to leave the planet. We're not ready to establish communities beyond Earth that are going to be different from the communities we have here. And those of you who know about the history of utopian communities in the United States know that they all failed because of human foibles. It was greed or jealousy or competition. I'm not an expert on utopian communities, but the little bit I've read says, well, they failed because we're human and we can't live like that together. You know, we can't get past our weaknesses. So I'm going to stop there, and I hope to hear from you.
All right, we have time for a couple of questions. Anyone have a question, comment? Yes.
I mean, I think the kind of perspective that human beings are not ready to leave the planet. I'm not. I think there's an underlying presupposition there that there's a kind of evolution, that human beings will at some point be different, right? But I don't think we will ever be different. So, and if we're not yet ready, we will never actually be ready to leave the planet. And yet, leaving the planet is in some way something that humans do, at least in recent history. We try new stuff just because we want to try it to our own with disastrous consequences. And not all civilizations throughout history have been that way, but capitalist and modern industrial civilizations have been that way. So I'm not sure. I mean, I think your aim is to convince, right? But I'm not sure whether the not yet ready to leave the planet argument is convincing to me. And I wonder whether you could talk a little bit more what leads you to think that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is very much my own opinion. And as I said, I'm probably the only person I know in the space community after 40 years who thinks we should not be leaving the planet. So this is a very individualistic take. And I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything in particular. I'm just trying to raise these issues into the public consciousness. And again, since I don't really know after all these years who is making policy, whether they listen to any of us. So thank you very much.
Hi, Linda. This is Dina Weibel, Grand Valley State University. I'm also in Reclaiming Outer Space. I
Yay,
had a-
Dina, yay.
Yay. I had a question for you. A lot of what you're discussing today seems to be really focused on human space exploration, but I was curious your thoughts on robotic space exploration. And I can tell you from my research, there are a lot of people with strong religious motivations, including Quakers, involved in that kind of space exploration, where their Christianity is leading them to want to be better stewards of the solar system and to understand it better in order to be able to do that.
Oh, that's great, Dina. Thank you so much. Because as you know, there's particularly, I had a very, very dear friend who passed away some years ago, and she was Episcopalian, married to an Episcopalian priest. And there was that whole debate in Episcopalianism about dominion versus stewardship. And yes, it's stewardship. I think the robotic exploration of space is valuable. We've already learned a lot about our planet from studying other planets. I'm concerned about the cost of robotic exploration because we're now getting into missions that are $5 billion a pop. And so will we be able to afford to continue? I hope so. But yeah, that's a really, really good point about stewardship. And again, can we explore pristine environments without messing them up? Yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Asif Siddiqui. I'm a professor at Fordham University in New York. Thank you for your talk. I think, you were saying that, you might be the minority in the space community in terms of your opinion about humans not being ready to leave the Earth. I wonder if you have a sense of, because this is a kind of space or space adjacent community that you find yourself a minority voice. But what about in the broader public? Do you have a sense of how that might play out? And part two of that question is, in terms of thinking about space exploration, how do we take into account, public sort of investments in it, but broader people outside of the space community? Like, how do we think about what they want in terms of these very, very deep and important issues?
Oh, thank you, Asif, and I love your work, by the way. I have some of your books on my shelf. We have very little information on what the public thinks. So the Pew Research Center for People in the Press does a survey every 2 years. And what they do is they scan huge quantities of media content and pick out space issues, NASA space issues, that appear to be salient in terms of how they're represented in the media. And so for the last 2 years, I think the last survey was 2020 and the first one was 2018. They will pick out a list of 9 issues that, according to media coverage, appear to be salient to the public. And the last 2 surveys put humans to the moon and humans to Mars at the bottom of the list, 8 and 9. And so I have yet to see any evidence of public support for this continued push to expand human exploration. It doesn't mean it's not there. Public opinion surveys, as you all know, are, vague indicators of public opinion. But I think the Pew Research Center's work is really, really good. And okay, now I'm going to put my cynic's hat on. I fluctuate between skeptical, neutral, and cynical. My cynical self says it's the military industrial complex that is driving human exploration. I mean, they are huge, huge, huge companies. They have lobbyists and government reps prowling all over Washington every day, all the time. And I think the industry is driving what's going on because it's big ticket. As you know, Probably at least half of NASA's budget goes to human exploration. And I think that's, I think the military industrial complex, in their relationships with NASA and with Congress, are not going to let it go away, which is too bad. But maybe we can have a little bit of influence about how we continue to proceed, I hope. Thank you, SF.
All right, thank you very much, Linda. Am I able to advance it from this?
Oof.
It's here. Okay. Yep. Okay, so to finish up our day here today, I'm going to talk about Japanese space expansion, religious ideology, and what is referred to as Society 5.0. Well, that's not encouraging. Yeah, I need the next. It won't progress. Thank you. There we go. So the main aims I have in this, the first thing is I want to talk a bit about the influence of culture on ideology and how countries involved in space expansion conceptualize the endeavor. As we've talked a bit about throughout the day, this is not something that's uniform, even though it's often presented that way. I want to consider the potential influence of cultural and ideological variations on cooperation in space, because, you know, this is an era where we're moving into increased cooperation, but that doesn't mean that we're thinking of what's going on in the same way. And I'm going to draw upon Japan as an example that is a way to sort of think through some of the differences that actually exist. Okay, next slide. So I want to talk briefly about terminology here. I'm delighted that some folks have thought about and defined what we mean by ideology. I have moved away from talking about things like space exploration and instead talk about space expansion and space expansionism. Dan Dudney's work was talked about at lunch, and I think he's been really important in rethinking this because we're really moving away from an era of exploration. That's part of what's going on. But what's happening is that we're expanding beyond low Earth orbit, and people are going to be doing that increasingly. And so, in essence, exploration is kind of a subcomponent of this expansion. And expansion is commercial. This is a big change that's happened in the last, decade and a half or so. So I look at expansionism as a mindset and maybe an ideology. Increasingly, I'm thinking of it that way, that views human movement into space as inevitable, necessary, and often inherently good. In the United States, this gets tied to human nature. When you hear American space leaders talking about humans are inherently curious, they are inherently explorers, that's a comment on human nature that isn't true. If you look at the vast majority of the way humans have lived throughout history, they haven't left their village. That doesn't sound like explorers to me. There are humans that are very interested in this, but it is dubious to say that this is human nature. And in fact, when you start looking around different cultures in different parts of the world, there is no consensus on what human nature is. And so this is a real problem in the way that this expansionist ideology gets constructed, is that it works from this kind of American mindset that humans are explorers, that humans are inherently curious about what's around the next corner. Okay, next. So I thought I would compare some things with kind of missions here. And I wish I had it in front of me so I didn't have to look at it this way. But it's interesting to look at how, can I have the movable speaker microphone? I just can't see. So if you look at this here, the NASA website states its mission is to explore the unknown in the air and space, and to innovate for the benefit of humanity in a way that inspires the world through discovery. If you go to the ESA website, theirs is the European Space Agency is Europe's gateway to space. Its mission is to shape the development of Europe's space capability and ensure that investment in space continues to deliver benefits to the citizens of Europe and the world. These are very different statements. The tones are very different. Can you advance it, please? If you look at the NASA one, it's for the benefit of humanity, and it honestly sounds like hubris. It's way over the top, right? This is like the Star Trek view of why we go into space. Yes?
That's in Title 51 and Section 101. It says, for the benefit of all mankind. I mean, it's in their charter. So, I mean, I don't know where the hubris lies, but NASA didn't just pick that out of thin air.
Well, it could be hubris in the charter too. That's fine. And so it focuses on inspiration and discovery. If you look at the ESA mission statement, it's, might we say, more down to earth, to shape Europe's space capabilities and to generate benefits to citizens of Europe and the world. So they do bring in the idea that this goes beyond Europe, but it's constructed in a different way, benefits to the world, not benefits to all of humanity. Next. Now, if you go to the JAXA website, for one thing, they don't have a pithy mission statement. They have a letter from the president of JAXA, Yamakawa Hiroshi, and he captures the main goals of the organization as follows: to incorporate the results of our R&D into the social system and continue to serve the public. As the core implementing agency to support the Japanese government's development and utilization of space with technology, we work with pride in challenging in space and aeronautics field. Not exactly the most awe-inspiring. You don't want to just jump onto your spaceship and head into space with that. Again, the tone is really different, right? What's being said here is really different. This isn't about humanity. It's about doing things that support the society, specifically Japanese society. And so the Japanese example focuses on pragmatism and support of broader Japanese governmental policies. It doesn't have, you know, Captain Suzuki going off into space, blazing across the universe to visit strange new worlds. That's not part of what's going on here. It's how do we do things that benefit our world, our society right now. Next. So obviously all space agencies are going to do what their governments tell them to do. So the government says what NASA has to do, that's what it has to do. But the rhetoric is important, and the way that it's constructed matters because it tells you something about the way people in the society and policy constructors are thinking about what they're doing. And the point here is not, I wasn't bashing NASA, although I'll bash NASA, I have no problem with that. The point is to show how different the way these things are constructed in relation to what matters. So JAXA is pretty overt about the fact that they're doing what their government's telling them to do. They focus on R&D as it transfers to the social system. That's what space exploration or expansion is about, transferring things to the social system. There are no grandiose claims about humanity, and exploration is important, but it has to come back and benefit society. And this is really interesting because when you look at Japanese history, learning is really important in Japan. It goes back to Confucian values. You go to the Tokugawa era when they were closed off. This is really central, but not for the sake of learning itself. When Japanese, from a philosophical perspective, talk about learning, it's for a reason. It's to do something with it. It's for a pragmatic purpose. And so you don't get these kinds of big, grand comments about why we go into space coming out of the Japanese Space Agency or from Japanese politicians. Next. So I've been interested in this for quite a while. I spent a lot of time last summer in Japan asking people about Why do people go into space? I was talking about at lunch. I was intrigued. I gave a talk to some different college classes. And one of the questions I asked Japanese college students is, can you name an astronaut? The answer was uniformly, nope, not a clue. Nobody could name a single Japanese astronaut. So I started kind of thinking about what's going on here. What are the differences in the way these things are being presented, you know, in terms of internally? And then what happens when, say, the Japan and the US come together? And I started looking at the some of the videos that you can find on YouTube that look at signings of agreements between Japan and the United States. And one of these was the Framework Agreement on Peaceful Exploration of the Space that outlines various areas of cooperations. And NASA Administrator Bill Nelson described the signing as being among two nations poised to unlock the secrets of the universe. Space unites us, a victory for all of humanity. Barriers overcome and new worlds understood. We chart a new chapter in a continuing adventure together. Wow. My heart's pounding. Go to the next one. The Japanese Prime Minister who was there said, the US-Japan alliance space cooperation has entered a new era with Artemis. I strongly hope that this agreement will robustly promote our space cooperation even further. He goes on to emphasize that he hopes that it will continue to build the strong relationship that Japan and US have. It's funny, but it's also telling. The purpose of what's going on for Japan is really different from the purpose in the American perspective. Now, the rhetorics are different. Obviously, what's behind the scenes, that can be another story as well. But the way this is being presented is not the same. And what that tells us is something about the way this is being constructed is different in the two different societies. Next, okay. So why is there a difference? Well, they're different countries, right? So one possibility is, you know, Japan's relationship to other countries is pretty different from that of the United States, particularly in the last couple hundred of years. You know, Japan has an experience that the US doesn't have. So the US, you know, we have our periods of isolationism. We've never had anything like Japan's isolationism. From 1600 to 1840 something, Japan was almost completely cut off from the rest of the world. There was very, very limited interaction. If you were to leave Japan and try to come back, you were punished by death. If you tried to enter Japan from outside, you were punished by death. They just really weren't too interested in the outside world. And actually, going back to Linda's comments about Christianity, the main reason for that was because they felt Christianity was destroying their society. So they wanted to shut down the influence of Christianity in Japan. So they closed their doors. Obviously, Japanese and American political leaders see the purpose of space expansion differently, and cultural differences in how people imagine this play a role in how governments put these things together. So I spent a lot of time last summer watching Ultraman videos. I figured, you know, we see so much about Star Trek and its influence on, and I think it's a very real influence on the way Americans, particularly my generation, came to think about space exploration and space expansion. I thought, well, what was going on in Japan at the same time? So I talk about the Star Trek imaginary. This is a framework that has shaped the way a lot of people in the US kind of think about this. It draws heavily on the ideology of manifest destiny. Star Trek is, I mean, let's face it, it's American federalism applied to the, you know, galaxy. That's what it is. And it's a very outward looking sort of thing. It's this framework that says we go out into the universe and everything will be great. 1960s Japanese science fiction is different. It often is not set, it's actually almost never set, in a framework of Japanese doing something. It's in the international community. So things are, you know, when Godzilla comes and stomps on Tokyo for the umpteenth time, it's the UN community that's protecting Japan from what's going on. And it's a kind of internationalism that focuses on the protection of Earth from whatever outside threat there is, that squarely places this not in Japan. It places Japan in the international community. So there's this kind of also inward-looking quality to it, where the science fiction focuses on protecting Earth, rather than that Star Trek imaginary where it's humans going out into the galaxy and finding strange new worlds and all that. Okay, next. So I think there's some good reasons for this. Japan was a very expansionist society. From the time Japan opened to the West, and the Meiji Restoration happened in 1868, where they became a kind of Western-style monarchy, to 1945, Japan went from feudalism to the most powerful navy in the Pacific in 50 years, defeated Russia in a war, and built an enormous empire. They annexed Korea. Their empire crossed large parts of China into Southeast Asia. So they have a history of expansion, and it ended very badly. I was talking a little bit about this at lunch. People in the US rarely understand where Japan was at the end of World War II. Most people think, yeah, they lost, you know, they were in bad shape. Of the 65 major cities, 62 were 90% bombed. Tokyo looked just like Hiroshima, except it had been done with conventional bombing, a lot of it in one night. The entire Japanese Navy was at the bottom of the ocean. The entire Japanese Merchant Marine Fleet was at the bottom of the ocean. I don't think there's probably a country in human history that has been so overwhelmingly defeated as Japan was at the end of World War II. Well, that's got to have an influence on how you think about things, right? You expanded like crazy, and this is how it ended. It ended really badly. The rhetoric that emerged after the war is actually really interesting. It was not, the United States is a horrible place, look at what they did to us. It was, our government duped us, we're victims. We're victims of our own government's behavior. And so what happened was a rhetoric revolving around Japanese victimhood emerged, and it changed the way Japanese thought about their nation. Nationalism gets dramatically downplayed in the post-war period. And so my wife is Japanese, and she, grew up in the 60s and 70s. And she said there was very little discussion about Japanese nationalism in the schools and that sort of thing. That wasn't a big part of what goes on. They don't pledge of allegiance or do anything like that. Then another thing happened as well. At the end of World War II, the US was panicked that Japan was culturally prone to violence. So they imposed something called Article 9 of the Japanese. If you aren't aware, the Japanese Constitution was written by the United States. So Japan operates on a constitution written by a foreign power, which is kind of a problem. But Article 9 is the biggest problem because Article 9, it's impossible to read it any other way. It prohibits having any kind of a military because Japan gives up the right of self-defense. Now, they've reinterpreted that because it was nuts. And even the US shortly thereafter went like, whoa, this was nuts, because it meant Japan couldn't defend itself. It had to entirely depend on the US. We have a treaty with Japan. The US by treaty is required to come to Japan's defense if they're attacked. But Article 9 has created all kinds of problems because that's why, for example, the Japanese military is called the Jieitai, the self-defense force. The word for military in Japanese is guntai. So in English, when Japanese talk about our military, it's a guntai. When they talk about their military, it's a jieitai. It's focused on self-defense. And so what happened was there was a shift from an imperialistic ideology to one that focused on self-defense and building the Japanese economy. Expansion was not about expansion of physical space. It was expansion of the economy. It was focused on the social system in Japan. Things that emerged during this period of time, nationalized, a form of nationalized health insurance. It follows the Bismarck system of health insurance. Various kinds of welfare programs, social programs. Japan becomes a kind of welfare state in the post-war era that's focused almost entirely on building an economy and a socially sound society. The military is focused on defense. As I said, the interpretation of this has changed over time, but the military doesn't have a very positive image in Japan. Even Ken is laughing. It's like, yeah, they really don't. I mean, and the way they try to present the military in Japan is as going out and doing good humanitarian things. You will never see an ad in Japan of, you know, the Marine climbing the mountain on his fingernails at the top with his sword. They would just laugh their asses off at that because it would be the worst thing in their mind about how the military should operate. Okay. So now with all this happening, the Liberal Democratic Party, which has basically been in power in Japan almost nonstop since the end of World War II, they were like, Article 9 is stupid. We can't defend ourselves, but what can we do? The US is occupying us. We kind of got to do what they tell us to do. So they weren't comfortable with this, but the public was. Public opinion has remained strongly in favor of the peace constitution and Article 9, even though it's been interpreted and there's some things going on right now that are kind of chipping away more at it. But the government really didn't want this. So they were looking for ways to rearm. And in the 1950s, the first rocket program in Japan started to emerge. It was led by a guy named Hideo Itokawa, who's the University of Tokyo. And a variety of different organizations were formed that eventually turned into what is JAXA today. Next, please. So the Japanese space program has remained a civilian. The idea is that it remains in line with the peace constitution. But of course, a rocket's a rocket. Ken was talking about this at lunch. Rockets allow you to make ICBMs, things like that. They know that the technology is transferable to the military, even if they don't necessarily transfer the technology to the military. That's part of the reason behind the Japanese space program, is to generate technology that is potentially transferable. Again, right now, Japan is in the middle of really questioning Article 9. And there is a serious discussion in Japan now for the first time in the post-war era about allowing American nuclear weapons to be stationed in Japan. That would be an astonishing change. This is the only country that's ever been nuked. They are really uncomfortable with nuclear weapons. And so if they get to that point, that means, well, for one thing, it means Article 9 is pretty meaningless at that point. But it also means things have really changed there. So you have this potential for technology transfer. And of course, you have big industries like Mitsubishi Heavy Industries that build things like the rockets that Japan is building. Next, please. So some key points. First, the Japanese space program has been situated clearly in an ideological frame of peaceful exploration and expansion into space, but really around economics, not around going boldly where no one has gone before. It hasn't been particularly closely aligned with the military, even if there are defense applications that are obvious and that are understood by the Japanese government. What has been the big ideological framing, rather than a military-industrial complex that is sort of underlined and connected to the ideology of Japan, what you have is something called the Iron Triangle. Japan has no concept of manifest destiny. It did prior to the end of World War II. There really was a sense that Japan's, they created something called the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, which the purpose from the Japanese rhetorical perspective of invading China and other places was to get rid of Western imperialists. So there was a kind, not exactly the same as manifest destiny, but it actually even had a religious component to it because the emperor was a god in Japan up to the end of World War II. So in the post-war era, Japanese again switched this into a focus on economic and social development. And what emerged was, rather than an military industrial complex, what's referred to as the Iron Triangle, which connects banks, big conglomerates like Mitsubishi, and the bureaucracy. And what they do is they support each other. They have common goals. And so, for example, the bureaucracy creates laws that are favorable for the banks. The banks give reasonable, cheap loans to conglomerates. Conglomerates do things that support the politicians. And this cycle has operated. It's not operating the same way it did in the 1960s, but in the 1960s, this cycle is what generated extremely rapid economic growth for Japan, really, really fast up into the 1970s. Okay, next. So the Iron Triangle allowed for Japanese to be focused on social things, economic development, various kinds of social programs. So for example, in 2000, Japan initiated a long-term care insurance program. Everybody in Japan has long-term care insurance. There's none of this, crap in the US. Like, I don't know, a few years ago, my bill for long-term care insurance went up by $6,000 in 1 year. That's not an issue in Japan. And so until the mid-1980s, their spending on the military was relatively low. That's not the case anymore. In fact, they passed a law this past year that's going to increase military spending to the point where by probably around 2030 or a little earlier, Japan will be the third highest military spender in the world. This is because Japan inhabits a rough neighborhood, and they know it, and they're worried about it. Now, they continue to play interesting games. So if you saw this ship, what would you call it? It's not an aircraft carrier. It's a destroyer that carries aircraft. That's what they call it, because aircraft carriers are for projecting force. And so they're basically offensive weapons, and they can't have offensive weapons. So they build aircraft carriers. Now, the interesting about this is it's a helicopter destroyer, but it's also now been refitted to carry F-35 fighters, vertical takeoff and landing. It's an aircraft carrier. So this is the kind of games that they've had to play because of Article 9 to kind of cope with their limitations. Okay. So policy and politics. Well, you have this emphasis on social development and social programs that is still very strong in Japan. I was saying at lunch, if you think about the Conservative Party in Japan, their right wing is probably about where moderate Democrats are in the United States. So it's not, when you talk about the right wing, it's different in Japan. One has to keep that in mind. There is overall opposition to militarization in Japan, and there's certainly opposition to expansion. There's no interest in Japan making itself bigger anymore. That's long gone. The opposition to militarization is changing, but it's still pretty fraught. So these are pictures that I took about 7 years ago. These were huge demonstrations that were happening around the capital of the Diet Building in Tokyo. And you can see the bottom, these are saying peace, not war. The top, he's got a sign that says protect the peace constitution from insanity. And then he's crossing out Komeito, which is a party that claims it supports the peace constitution. And what this was about was the Abe administration's push to yet again reinterpret Article 9, in this case, so that it would allow a much more activity of Japan in international operations with the United States and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of debate about this. It's ongoing. But I think what's happening overall is because of where Japan is and a problem with its neighbors, public opinion is shifting to having a strong military, even if that doesn't mean giving up on the peace constitution. It's complicated. So another thing that emerged in 2016 was the concept of something known as Society 5.0. They lay out different eras. Society 1.0 was the hunting society or hunter-gatherer society. Then we have agricultural society, industrial society, the information society, which we're in now, and then Society 5.0. We'll ignore all the problems that exist with the notion of cultural evolution, which really is bullshit. But But that's how this is constructed, in the notion that things are moving kind of from one type of thing to another. Okay, next. So Society 5.0 says it wants a human-centered society in which economic development and the resolution of social issues are compatible with each other through a highly integrated system of cyberspace and physical space. Society 5.0 is a society that is sustainable and resilient against threats and unpredictable and uncertain situations, that ensures the safety and security of the people, and that individuals to realize diverse well-being. Now, I emphasized unpredictability and uncertainty. This came out in 2016. Why do you think they were focused on that? What happened in 2011? Right, Fukushima, the tsunami, the earthquake, 20,000 people died. So this is in part a response to that what the purpose of the government is to create a society that is safe. This is very typical way of Japanese thinking about what government's for, and that can help deal with unpredictabilities and uncertainties. The other thing is, if you see this, focus on economic development and the resolution of social issues, sounds an awful lot like what the Prime Minister was saying about the signing of the agreement with the US, that the purpose is to make society better. Okay, next. So they developed something called a moonshot R&D program that aims to create improvements in health, technology, environment. And one of the things you'll note, if you look here, space exploration isn't directly indicated. You have things like overcoming limitations of the body, brain, and space and time, ultra early disease prediction and intervention, co-evolution of AI and robots. That one really intrigues me. I'm going to come back and talk about that in a minute, but Japan is relying heavily on robotics as a solution to their problems. But what you don't see here is a discussion of space exploration. Next. So Japan has officially put a great deal of emphasis on the creation of robotics. The upper left, that is not a human being. That's a robot. There is an interest in Japan in developing humanoid robots that are so much like humans that they're basically indistinguishable. If you look at a video of that, her facial features move like a human's facial features do. The reason for this is because they need healthcare workers. So you can see the upper right, there's a robot carrying a woman, and here there's an older woman talking to a robot. Japan is facing a population crisis that we're going to see in other parts of the world, and particularly other parts of East Asia. But the situation they're in right now is that the current population of Japan is about 123 million. They're losing population now. By the end of this century, if nothing changes, there'll be 45 million Japanese, something like that. This is a disaster in terms of keeping the infrastructure operating. And the other problem is you're going to have, they have a whole lot of really old people who need care, and nobody provides the care. So robots has been the response to that. That's an official government response to that, and they're investing in that. Just to give you a sense of, again, the extremity of this, the Japanese government a few years ago estimated that there are 8 million empty abodes in Japan. If you go to rural Japan, where I do my field work, there are empty houses everywhere. Schools have been closed because there simply are no children. You can find towns in Japan where there is nobody under the age of 50, literally nobody. And I think the town where I do my research, I think right now, over 65 is 40% of the population of the town. So this is a crisis for Japan. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because lower population has a lot of benefits in the long run. But the process of moving from where they are now to where they're headed is really, really difficult. So this is where they've tended to focus. Next. So where does JAXA fit into Society 5.0? Well, I find it actually pretty interesting that I spent a lot of time going through government literature on this, and JAXA literature doesn't mention Society 5.0 very often. It does a couple of times recently. So I think it's beginning to come into the picture and how JAXA is presenting itself. But if you look at the goals of JAXA, they're pretty well aligned with Society 5.0. Their management philosophy is to realize a safe and affluent society using space in the sky. With broad wisdom, we will create fruitful results of the leading technological developments and deliver this to human society. That sounds just like Society 5.0. So even if it's not finding its way significantly into the literature, the things being written are aligning with this. This isn't new. Society 5.0 is a new way to talk about something that's been going on for a long time. So where does religion fit into this? Well, interestingly enough, am I out of time? Am I out of time? I'm out of time. Oh, I have 10 minutes. Okay, good. If we look at the way Japanese religion operates, for one thing, there isn't a sharp distinction between secular and sacred worlds in Japan. There is in the constitution, but in practice, you just find religious things all over the place. This is a shrine that's on the site where they launch rockets from in the southern part of Japan. And these are engineers asking the kami, the deities of the Shinto shrine, for good luck. And that's kind of what a lot of religion is in Japan. And so a lot of what both Shinto and Buddhism are about in Japan are contexts to ensure well-being. Shinto tends to focus on things related to life. Buddhism tends to be focused on death. And what happens is that there's an emphasis on practice and ritual over belief. So it doesn't really matter what you believe in Japan. It matters that you do the rituals. That's what people tend to emphasize. And for the most part, rituals are done to support either personal or collective or social well-being. So these are just some examples of things people do. These are known as omamori. They're amulets that you can buy at a Shinto shrine or a Buddhist temple, and you carry them around, and they might help you succeed in academics or health or something like that. These are what are known as emma. These are votive tablets that you write on. This is from a shrine that's specialized in eyes, and the character me is on it, which means eye in Japanese. Can anyone guess what this one's for? Fertility. Yeah. And you actually find phallus symbols all over the place in Japan, just like sticking out of the ground next to Shinto shrines. It's interesting. This is what you might see on one of these votive tablets. This says, Hayaku byoki ga naurimasu you ni, which means get better quickly. And it's wonderfully Japanese. You don't know who it refers to because that isn't indicated. It just literally says, fast, sick, get better. And Japanese is difficult that way. Okay, next. So where does ideology fit into this? First of all, it's difficult to differentiate religious and political ideological frames in Japan. The aims tend to be quite similar. There's a focus on the well-being of individuals and the well-being of society. And rather than what's going on in Japan now is rather than an emphasis on things like expansion, exploration, things like manifest destiny, there's a heavy, and things like heavy nationalism. Post-war Japan is ideologically situated in a framework of social support and internationalism. That's where Japan has been for the past 70 years or so. And so with the Japanese space program, what we see is that the way it's operating is consistent with these broader ideas like Society 5.0. There's an emphasis that the space program should generate things that contribute to social individual well-being and should benefit society, like economic benefits. And when I've asked people in Japan, what's the space program for? The answer is usually, it's economic, isn't it? It's like, well, duh, what else would it be for? That's usually the answer I get. So a few thinking points. The Japanese government and populace do not generally conceptualize the space program in terms of grand visions of human expansion into the unknown. And while they're aware of potential benefits to humanity in general, the focus tends to be more localized than the American mindset, which tends to put these into big frames of the benefit of humanity. And there's a strong focus on pragmatic social benefits to be gained from space expansion, but there's no Star Trek imaginary driving this. It's different. And so my final thoughts are we need to pay more attention to this kind of thing. when we see all of these things going on where there's an attempt to create context for cooperation, don't assume that all of these actors have the same goals in mind when they're looking at cooperation. This is true for the ISS or any of these kinds of things. How is the ideology of expansionism variable across different cultural contexts? It clearly is. And so culture matters. That's really important. And we're not, despite American rhetoric to the contrary, bound together by a common vision of space expansion, even if we are able to cooperate in terms of what we're doing in space. So that's it. Questions? All right, I went to a little too long, but yes.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful talk. I have a question basically about the use of discourse analysis, you know, to try and get at what you think people are thinking, or the way in which this can tell us about the values of a particular culture, because it may be that people present things for reasons that they think are sort of acceptable, but that might actually indicate what their actual thinking about things are. So, how do you think about that issue?
I think that's one methodology for working through this. My approach is ethnographic. I do interviews and ask people what they think, and then look at and try to understand what types of things are written as well. And so discourse analysis is definitely one way to go about looking at the data and trying to find patterns and thinking about that. So yeah, I think that's an important component, definitely. So yes.
Excellent talk.
Thank you.
One of the things that is you sort of alluded to a little bit with space and the rocket development, but you start seeing later on in the last 20 years is remote sensing as being extraordinarily dual purpose. One person's reconnaissance satellite is somebody else's planning satellite. How is that puts the Article 9 debate in the sort of Society 5.0 at cross purposes a little bit? How is that
Japan
turning out?
struggled with the idea of having spy satellites, for example, and doing that sort of thing. They are now doing that. I guess what I would say about all of this with Article 9, at this point, Japan is so far in their interpretation of Article 9 from the original intent. Even just reading Article 9, you can't look at Japan and say you're in any way, doing what Article 9 says. They aren't. And they know it. And this is why there's been a debate about changing the Constitution. But as we know in US, changing constitutions is difficult. And because Article 9, the way I liken it is Article 9 in some ways has similarities to the Second Amendment in the United States. People have a deep emotional commitment to it. So it's really hard to change it. People like the fact that Japan is the only country to ever renounce war formally in its constitution. Even if they didn't do it, we did it for them. That's a different issue. But that's how Japan has come to see itself. And so it's really difficult to make the changes that are necessary to the Constitution to bring it in line with where they actually are, what they're doing right now. And so there's been a fair amount of talk. The other thing is that there are people who are troubled by the fact that Japan operates under a foreign written constitution. And so there's a sense that maybe it's time to redo the Constitution. Yeah. So it's a mess, is what I would say basically right now. That's what it comes down to. And they don't have a good solution to it. So that's a great question. Yeah.
This is a little bit of a simple question, but I don't know the answer. I'll ask the question, then I'll explain why I'm asking. How is JAXA funded? And the reason I'm asking is because when you were talking about the way that NASA talks, especially Bill Nelson, I was thinking they have to secure funding from Congress. So they have to play this up. They have to, like, they're really trying to get money from the government and hype up the public as much as they can. And maybe, I realize it's still a cultural difference. I'm not saying it's not, but I wondered about the Japanese situation.
I don't know the exact mechanism by which JAXA is funded, but Japan is a highly bureaucratic society in the sense that much of what happens in Japan is done by the bureaucracy rather than having to go through the Diet, the Congress, in order to get appropriated. So I'd have to go take a look and find exactly how that's done. But my guess is the appropriations are done quite differently. And as a result, they're not beholden to having to convince the Diet that they need to get money in the way. And the other thing, of course, in Japan, again, the LDP, I mean, it's a coalition government right now, but basically the LDP has been running the show almost nonstop since the end of World War II. So if they want to have a space program, they'll have a space program. Yeah. Asif?
Yeah, so I'm interested in the constraints put on the space program because I believe there's some constraints about when they can launch and has to do with the fishing lobby. I don't know if you know or
I
tell
don't
us a
know
little
all
bit
the
about
details,
that.
but there are constraints. There are things related to things like that, fishing, where when they can launch. And you know, because there's awareness of the transferability of the technology to the military, that topic's in there. It's not that it isn't part of the way that they think about things. And so there always has to be kind of a corrective done to make it clear that this is a civilian thing that's going on. But I think if anyone thinks about it, we know Japan can have an ICBM program if they want one like that, because they put all together the technology, and they know they can too. And I think that's intentional. Right? They want to be able to be in a position to defend themselves, because I mean, let's face it, they've got North Korea lobbing missiles over their land on a fairly regular basis, and that same country has threatened to nuke them. And there's no country on earth more timid about being nuked than Japan, because they've been through it. And that's something they really don't want to have to deal with. And so that's been part of what's pushed the increase in the military. So, yeah. Maybe last question, because we're pretty much out of time, but yes.
Next step for the United States to put a man on the moon. I wonder what the Japanese equivalent of one small step for men, one giant leap for mankind would be, given the rhetoric. And, would it be society 5.0 as humans?
I think it would be more like, oh, did that happen? I really don't, you know, it's a really interesting question. Will the idea of a Japanese astronaut going to the moon ignite interest in Japan? Or will they be just kind of like, oh, okay. Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now that Japanese are totally psyched about Shohei Ohtani. If you don't know him, he's the baseball player for the Dodgers. He's like the greatest baseball player ever. He leads the league in home runs. Like last year, he led the league in home runs, and he was one of the best pitchers. A pitcher who hits is ridiculous anyway, but a pitcher who hits home runs is just crazy. And so, and I mean, there are like websites devoted to my wife belongs to one of them. Well, my wife is from the same town Shohei is from. And the weirdest thing is my son played Little League with him when they were kids. And he was really good then too. He kept hitting balls into the river that was next to the baseball field. And they asked him to stop doing that because baseballs are expensive in Japan. So they're very excited about that. I really don't know if there will be the same excitement about an astronaut going to the moon. There might be. I just don't know, because there hasn't been much indication of a real excitement about space in Japan. That I would say. There are people who are interested in it, but overall, it hasn't been something that has captured the imagination. So it's an interesting question. All right, I think that brings us to an end for today. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
I just want to see, I think they were from Linda. I just want to. Oh, there was a question, yeah. I just want to make sure there.